20. Madam Clerk, have we met all the noticing requirements for this meeting?
Yes, we have.
And can you please call the roll?
Sure. Ms. Perone-Lambros,
Here.
Ms. Niedergang,
Here.
Mr. Cohen,
Here.
Ms. Fraga,
Here.
Mr. Williamson,
Here.
Ms. Sachs,
Here.
and Mayor Limpert.
Here. And we'll start tonight's meeting with announcements. And I'd like to start with Council President David Cohen. Do you have any announcements for this evening?
I don't have any announcements tonight.
Councilwoman Fraga, any announcements?
I do. I have several, but I'll try to make them very brief and then submit a written report for the clerk to put in the minutes. Two of them are on behalf of Human Services. They have started distributing the backpack and school supplies. Thanks to the many donors that have contributed to supplies and backpacks. They include the Artemis University, Arts Council, PBA, and Stonehill Church. They will be distributing over 200 backpacks full of supplies. Also this year, America's Welcoming Week is scheduled for September 12th through 20th. And due to COVID, everything will be done virtually. The library will soon be announcing a website dedicated to Welcoming Week, where they will be announcing the events taking place during the week and inviting members of our community to participate. Also, I've been working for the past 2 months in collaboration with the university's art museum. They will be hosting a virtual loteria on September 3rd, which in the past we've done as community building events. And everybody's welcome. It's a free event. There will be prizes given away. And this is being done in collaboration with Human Services and LALDEF. And lastly, CRC wanted me to announce that yesterday they held the second of the community forums that they have been organizing. It's well attended, well received. Thank you, Mayor and Councilman Williamson, who also I know attended yesterday's event. And they will soon be announcing more of these community forums for individuals who are interested in participating.
Great. Thanks, Councilwoman. Councilman Williamson, any announcements?
None from me, Mayor.
And thank you. Councilwoman Niedergang?
Just a brief heads up for the Environmental Commission, who will be presenting on 2 of our key goals for 2020, possibly spilling into 2021, which is an electric vehicle charging ordinance and a single-use plastics ordinance. It's been a long haul with both of these, and I'm very excited to hear the presentation tonight. And also, I'm treading a little bit on Leticia's footsteps here about the census, but my son is working as a census taker, and so that's why I know this information. So some of the census in Princeton is having trouble getting into apartment buildings, and so if you're listening to this and you're a landlord or someone who runs an apartment building and we're going to try to get a list of places, which I'll convey to Councilwoman Fraga to reach out to see if we can be sure that everybody in Princeton gets counted. So I'll be handing that off to her, but just if you're listening, please help us get a good count by sharing information. In some cases, if you're not the person who the census taker knocks on their door is not home, they may need a neighbor to provide that information for them. So if somebody knocks on your door from the census, please assist them in any way you can. So thank you.
Thank you.
Would your son be, I'm sorry, let's just ask you to say, would your son be an enumerator by any chance?
I believe that's what it's
Yes.
called.
And we do have, I know for a fact, we already have enumerators out in the community. So if somebody knocks on the door, be aware. I know times of COVID, we're a little bit leery of that. But one way to avoid having someone knocking on your door is to self-report online. But I'll be happy to help facilitate with the apartment complexes where you may be having issues. But also remind everyone, regardless of whether somebody owns or rents, I actually heard from individuals that thought they didn't have to report because they were renting. And everybody, even if someone is just not on the lease and is just temporarily living with friends or relatives, they should also be counted. But thank you for bringing that up, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Perrin-Lambros?
Yes, just one announcement. I'm very pleased to be able to announce that the Princeton Small Business Resiliency Fund has a total of 72 grant applications that have been approved. They'll be fully funded for the $5,000 per application, which has been requested. The Princeton Mercer Regional Chamber Foundation has been doing an unbelievable job of running this fund. And we've been able to raise a full matching fund. So the university put out not only the $250,000 donation, but they also put in a challenge for another 100,000, and we've been able to match that. So it's very exciting to be able to get the money out to the to these very needy small businesses right now in our town. I just would like to just take an opportunity real quick just to acknowledge the Grant Review Committee, which the chair is Chip Jerry, John Godecki, Pete Dawson, Bernie Miller, Lance Liverman, Esther Tanis, Hillary Spivak, Mara Franceschi, Gina Rao, and Elizabeth Wagner. I'd also want to mention too the advisory committee, which is Peter Crowley, our mayor, Liz Lempert, Kristen Applegate from the university, Rachel Stark, Jeff Vega, and myself. So, but thank you all, and I just really excited to be able to announce that tonight.
Awesome.
Thanks. And I just want to thank Michelle for your leadership on this. It's been a really great project, and not sure we would have gotten to this point without your determination to make sure it works. So I want to thank you. This is going to be tremendous for our small businesses. Councilwoman Sachs, any announcements tonight?
No announcements, thanks.
Okay, and I just have a short announcement, which is that this Friday from 8:30 to 10 a.m. I'll be holding my virtual Meet the Mayor office hours, and welcome anybody to stop by online. I don't know what verbs to use anymore, but if you go on the princetonnj.gov website in the calendar, you can find the Zoom information on how to log on Friday morning for that. And I wanted to see if there are any staff announcements. We can start with our health officer, Mr. Grosser.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take a quick moment and announce that our first flu clinic of the season will be this Wednesday from 4 to 6 p.m. in the community room of Witherspoon Hall. Right now, it's really more important than ever to get a flu vaccine because of flu symptoms being very similar to those of COVID-19. And ultimately, preventing flu will save lives and preserve healthcare resources, which we've been trying to do through the pandemic. All other locations can be found on both the municipal webpage as well as princetoncovid.org. We're asking residents to make an appointment, which is listed. The number is listed on the advertisement. If individuals are in the area and they want to stop in, they're also able to walk in, and we'll make sure the social distancing rules are applied. The list is going to be updated regularly. We've had a lot of demand. Our first clinic on Wednesday is already at capacity, but individuals can still walk in, but we're expecting people to be there pretty frequently from 4 to 6 p.m. We're also working on providing flu clinics at senior living sites in the coming weeks. And as a disclaimer to the public, we are working on some trial and error strategies with our different clinic techniques to see what works best. Just preparing for the COVID-19 vaccine, we hope to see sometime in 2021. So we're going to be trying some different things out. So if it's not the same time every time you come to the clinic, or if you tell your friends about it, just understand we're working through some different strategies to see what works best. So we'll keep everybody abreast of that. And lastly, I just want to thank you, Mayor, and the rest of council for appointing a director of emergency services, Michael Yee. I have a lot of things for him to help us with, so I appreciate that very much. So thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Are there any other staff announcements?
No, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll move on to the presentations for tonight. And the first one is from the Princeton Fire Department, and very happy to welcome Fire Chief T.R. Johnson, the Deputy Chief Devin Davis, and Assistant Chief Dan Tomlin to our meeting tonight. And TJ can take it away.
Chief, did you want to kick it off?
Yeah. So tonight you guys are going to be seeing a report from the Princeton Fire Department. It's basically going to be an assessment and a review of the Princeton Fire Department since we've hired career staff and how far we've come along since the Rogers report has come out, comparing to some of the recommendations that they came out, and where we're at now with the career staff and what it's been like about the last 8 months with them employed with us and working with the volunteers. Next slide. So the contents of it, it's going to be current assessment and goals, results to date, and then we'll give some closing remarks at the end. Our mission, the Princeton Fire Department and its membership shall serve, protect, and educate the citizens of our community in an effort to enhance safety and minimize the loss of life and property resulting from fire and or other emergency situations that PFD can act to mitigate. So the current assessment of the Princeton Fire Department, going all the way back to the beginning of COVID-19, it's obviously brought us some challenges. We've experienced a drop in hours in March, but we've had steadily seen an increase again, over 1,000 hours of volunteer work in June and July. We continue to overcome these challenges by modifying our SOPs to enhance the safety of the membership, creating greater flexibility with our volunteer scheduling. Before the career staff started, we really only promoted VIP hours from 6 to 10 p.m. in the evening and 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. Now we basically have 24-hour coverage a day. So we're starting to be able to cater to more of our membership. And we run them all in 4-hour increments during the day and 1 8-hour shift still overnight. And we've slowly started to bring back activities and training in a safe manner. One of the disadvantages is Princeton University's Associate Firefighter Program has limited operating capacity due to the reduced staffing on campus from COVID-19. They really only have one person from each department in for facilities. So unless it's a fire, we're really only getting, unless it is a fire, we're not getting anyone because they don't really have anybody on campus. The line office has focused on getting more volunteers to take day shift. The career staff has had an immediate and positive effect on the membership and our ability to serve the town by improving response times and ensuring the apparatus get on the road. One thing we've definitely done is we've boosted our attention to newer members as they come in. We really don't give them a chance to take a break. We're really on them from the minute that they join and they get their gear. So we've seen a lot of positive impact on that. Next slide, Devin. So right now we're going to go through the recommendations. So what you'll see on the left-hand side are the recommendations that the Rogers Group gave out to us in the last report. And then on the left-hand side, you will see the key actions that we took this year to meet those recommendations. So right now at high hazard occupancies, they gave us a detailed risk assessment of all large residential, commercial, and institutional occupancies that should be conducted by members of the fire department to develop a plan to effectively combat structural fires and other major emergencies involving high and medium hazard occupancies located in the community. The Fire Safety Bureau, key action number 1, in cooperation with the fire department, has identified occupancies they determined to be high hazards. Part of this effort was used by emergency management in a recent tabletop exercise. And the fire department has reviewed the high hazard occupancies with Central Communications Dispatch and modified their response plans for these locations. And within the next upcoming weeks, we will be actually sitting down with Central to finalize and get those so that they can start implementing those high hazard box plans for individual locations. For example, Princeton High School, Frick Lab, other buildings on campus that are either big or have special contents that are inside of them that require more than just a single engine or a 2-engine response on a fire alarm, gas leak, CO. It might actually require more apparatus in case there is something while we're arriving. Our mentoring program, they recommended a formalized mentoring program should be developed to support and guide new members of the fire department. Key action number 1 we did, the department formalized its onboarding process to include an official email to all new members following municipal council's appointment of new members. Information will include a welcome letter, department SOPs, line officer contact list with officer responsibilities, and their mentor during their probationary period. We've really been assigning them, trying to ask them to sign up on days with the same crew so they can get the same type of training in the same direction. New members are also required to confirm receipt of their onboarding email and understanding of department SOP/chain of command. And we've also made it a little bit easier for them. Some of the practical evolutions and physically demanding things that they're required to do on a fire ground, we've gone ahead and made training videos for them so that from day 1, they haven't even hopped on the fire apparatus. And if they've never been a fireman before or been in a firehouse, they now have videos that they can pull up. It's what we do. It's how we pack our hose. It's how we deploy our lines. And they can look at them right from day 1. And that's shown to help out a lot. Exit interview process, as with anything else, being a volunteer fireman, we have people come and go. So recommendation number 11 was to develop a formalized exit interview program to provide insights into improving the department's retention program. Because not everyone will leave just because of natural occurrences, like I say, like family, a job. So once someone resigns or they leave the department or they become less active, we actually bring them in, sit them down, and basically ask them, why are you not as active as you used to be? Why do you want to resign from the department? Why would you like to move on? And we've noticed we've actually gotten some really good recommendations sitting those members down. Hasn't been a lot, but we are getting recommendations to help improve how to keep membership and stuff that we haven't really thought about before for retention. Next slide, Evan. So recruitment and social media. Turn this over to Assistant Chief Dan Tomlin. He's going to start off. Is he there?
Is Dan still on the call?
I don't see it. I can pick it up. Chief, you want me to take it?
Oh, no, I can keep speaking on it. That's fine.
Okay.
So recommendations 13 and 16. They recommended the use of social media should be enhanced as part of our department's community outreach and as a component of a comprehensive recruitment and retention program. Social media policy should be adopted to ensure appropriate usage. Social media by all members. Fire department should consider engaging a recruiter to assist with the development and delivery of a volunteer firefighter recruitment program and bringing back our junior firefighter program, which we were actually handcuffed by the state due to rules and regulations that came out for that about 2 or 3 years ago, where we weren't able to accept them anymore. The good thing is it's back, so we're able to accept junior firefighters again. Key actions we've taken. The department has taken several key steps to raise awareness in our recruitment efforts. This has really been Devin's baby, I guess we could say. He's taken the bull by the horns on this and really ran with it. Has done a great job coordinating with Michelle. Partnered with the Princeton Pats to run several firefighter spotlight articles. Social media responsibilities assigned to the deputy chief and one other member with oversight from the chief. They basically just pass stuff to me to approve, make sure a second eye gets a good look at it. Goal of posting 3 times a week has consistently been achieved. I'm just trying to put 3 simple things out on social media every week, just so the community, everybody can see is we're being engaged as a fire department and just getting our names out there a little bit more. And then before COVID hit, Devin was working with Michelle at the Princeton High School to establish an awareness program for students, highlighting the benefits of becoming a volunteer. But due to COVID, that's been on hold. Next slide. So as you can see, these are some of the things we've done on social media to kind of get out to the community so they can see what we do and why it's beneficial to serve as a volunteer firefighter. On the left, we've done some volunteer firefighter spotlights where they can give their insights on what it's like to be a volunteer firefighting member. And then in the middle, you can see our community outreach right there with A Platoon. And then over to the right, you can see we're showing the actual promotion of a probationary firefighter over to a firefighter, which is a big step in the fire department, because that basically means that we trust you, you're crossing over that line, and we now don't have to babysit you or walk behind you for every move you make inside or at the firehouse. And then to the right is something we're doing pretty intense right now, ever since COVID restrictions have kind of been taken back just a little bit, is training. We're training anywhere from 3 to 6 times a month, different times of the day, and most platoons, they're training every day, if not twice a day sometimes, doing some type of physical training and go out and doing some type of pre-planning, coordinating with the FM's office, doing a great job. Next slide. So as you can see, recommendation number 16, this is something that Michelle did an excellent job on in coordination with Devin and the committee. New marketing and recruitment program to launch in late August, early September. Organic social media ads and local group channels. Paid social media recruitment ads targeted specifically at Princeton residents between 16 and 40 years old. That'll really help bolster our volunteer ranks, hopefully. Launching a new Town Topics ad series, which is great because everybody gets the Town Topics. New pull-up banners being created for firefighters to recruit in town. I'm probably going to put out little reminders every month, every weekend for members to come down, take a fire truck uptown, take our utility uptown, and just set up shop and talk to the community as they come by and hopefully get a couple volunteers interested. And then we're going to get lawn signs for distribution throughout town, and we'll coordinate with township officials on where we can actually put those. Then refreshing the fire department webpage for recruitment on princetonnj.gov, just keeping that up to date and fresh to show new and improved things we're doing. And then partnerships being created with local organizations, translations of materials in Mandarin and Spanish.
Great. So I'll talk about staffing, and then we'll get into some of our performance metrics. So recommendation 17 and 18 was an immediate effort to improve our response times with the department onboarding career staff for additional duty shifts, as well as continuing to look at expanding our weekend staffing program to continue to improve our times over the weekend. So the key actions this year, as of September 3rd, we onboarded 6 career firefighters: Sal Baldino, Ryan Buckley, George Luck, Mark Sitek, Andrew Summers, and Keith Wadsworth. Additionally, we've kept our weekend staffing program where volunteers have to commit more than the active firefighters who are doing 24 hours volunteer shifts a month with 32 hours of volunteer shift per month. So it continues to be a part of our plan, and the line officers continue to look at the volunteer incentive program and potentially revamping that to ensure we're getting greater participation across all aspects of the department, including events, business meetings, recruitment, and other things that volunteers do other than just running calls. The chief touched on this earlier. One of the things that we've done, which has been a huge benefit for us with our staffing, is offered a lot more flexibility and creativity with how we set up our shifts. So you can see we have the 4-hour shifts during the daytime on the weekdays. We also limited the number of firefighters that are on shifts so that we are getting more out of our membership, and they're picking up days across all the weekdays as well as some weekends. So this has been an incredible benefit for us to really think more strategically around how we cover the town and ensure that we have qualified professional firefighters on duty on a regular basis. So let's take a look at our results. So on the left, you'll see our staffing of apparatus. So the numbers from 2016, 2017, and the first half of 2018 are all from the Rogers Group study. And so you can see we were having some challenges with short crews. So 8% to 8.5% to 26%. And we continued that challenge in 2019. What you can see in 2020 year to date, since the career staff started February 3rd, we've only been short crew 0.8% of the time. So the career staff has had an immediate effect, not only in staffing, but encouraging volunteers to be at the firehouse and ready to respond because they know they'll have a qualified driver and officer in-house with them. The average crew size year to date since the career staff started February 3rd is on the right. And you can see we are very close to 4 firefighters. This does not include a chief responding. So if we add the chief to the calls, we're over 4 firefighters when we have a chief responding, which is 84% of the calls year to date. So of all of our incidences year to date, one of the 3 chiefs is responding 84% of the time, and about 20-25% of the time, at least 2 chiefs are responding. So we've seen good participation across the board. The next slide focuses on another key attribute that was called out in the Rogers study, which is time to scene of the first apparatus. And so you can see our numbers started to deteriorate a bit from 2016 to 2017 to the first half of 2018. But so far year to date, since the career staff started, we're on scene in a little over 7 minutes, which is a 41% improvement in our time versus the first half of 2018. So again, we're seeing a lot of improvement with the career staff and volunteers wanting to be in-house with them, training with them, working with them around the station, and completing day-to-day responsibilities with them. You see the time on the right per apparatus. So you're going to see lower times on Ladder 60 and Rescue 60 because they're typically our first out apparatus. Tower 60 is not a first due apparatus, so the time is going to be higher there. So really good times and really good improvements from what we had been seeing traditionally. This shows us on the left-hand side our overall calls by month, and then the number of apparatus responding. That 2.3 to 2.4, that does include a chief vehicle. So we are getting apparatus on the road with the chief on a consistent basis. The really good numbers on the right, those are our volunteer hours and active members. So as the chief kicked off the conversation today, you can see February, when the pandemic was just starting to encroach upon us, and there were a lot of questions around the impact on individuals, our numbers slipped. I think people were a bit nervous, but you can see we've rebounded and we've seen a 72% improvement in volunteer hours from February to most recently in July, and we're continuing that trend in August into September. You can also see we've continued to get active firefighters from a low of 21 up to 28 or 30 in our most recent months of June and July. So we're getting a lot of enthusiasm within our membership with the tactics and approach we're taking today. In addition, as the chief mentioned, we modified some of our SOPs as we learned more about COVID-19. So in a safe way, we've brought training back and we have members highly active and engaged with training. We require 32 hours annually, 20 hours of which are in-house. And you can see we've got members well on their way of meeting the requirements if they haven't already. So really good numbers from a training perspective. With that, I'll hand it to the chief for closing remarks.
Some of the challenges that we've had in August, we had our most recent tropical storm, Isaiah. Definitely something that is not easy to pre-plan, especially during the day. I mean, yes, people are working from home, but trying to get people to come in and staff more than one piece of apparatus is definitely a struggle. So myself, the deputy, and the assistant, we worked pretty hard to make sure we had enough volunteers around and in-house in coordination with the career staff to respond on calls. During the tropical storm Isaiah, the department staffed 3 apparatus with all 3 chiefs in town responding to over 30 calls in a 24-hour period, including 2 first alarm assignments in town and on campus. Next slide. So the highlights, we're meeting our obligations to the town with adequate staffing. We're consistently producing over 20 active firefighters meeting their volunteer hours and training, and we look to increase that. I would love to see us get up to around 35, 40 by the end of next year. I think if we keep going on the path we're going, we are going to get there. One thing that's a big improvement is that we're getting at least 1 fire chief is responding to 84% of the incidents this year, which is huge. My hat's off to the deputy. He's played a big role in making sure we're hitting our numbers with the chief responding to a call. Overcoming the challenges of COVID-19, ensuring the safety of our membership and the community. We've definitely gone through a couple of different phases and some members just being frustrated, but the chiefs, we've done a pretty good job at reaching out to members and ensuring and just reinforcing rules and regulations with them, making sure that we're staying engaged. So what's next for us? We're going to continue to improve our volunteer ranks, continue to drive a positive relationship within the new combination department. We're constantly asking the career staff what idea they have, giving them little jobs to do here and there, making them feel like they're more than just firefighters around the station, making them feel like they're part of the family. Expand our volunteer incentive program, continue to look for greater involvement across then incident responses and shifts, actually turning volunteer firefighters into volunteer members, making sure they're staying engaged. Rebuild and enhance our culture, make sure we draw the line as soon as they come in the door, what we expect of them. Our 5 pillars, make sure we introduce that to all the members and make sure they're following those. Those are great. Look to get our average staffing to over 4 firefighters on the first 2 apparatus. We're currently just below that. If we can get it to 4 and keep it over 4, that's great. Launch our recruitment strategy across social media, advertising, and community outreach.
So that's it. Chief, I don't know if you want to take any questions. Is there anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Mr. DeShield has his hand up to add something.
I just wanted to add something. First of all, just to say to the chiefs and the council, just what a great job the chiefs have done. And there's just a lot of work to put into this on a monthly basis. They pull the data up. We look at the benchmarks and the performance measures, and they are making decisions based on that data. And I just want my hats off to some of the decisions in terms of moving staffing around to make things work. They're really doing a bang up job at that. And one thing that I wanted to highlight In their presentation, they talked about the volunteer hours and the number of volunteers by month. What's really interesting, if you were look at the past years, and they could contest to this, the summer were our worst month. We always had crisis in the summer, and we're seeing the exact opposite this summer. They've actually starting to go up. So my hat's off to the chief, all the chiefs for doing that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. And I know we have a lot of people who are tuning into the meeting. I think most people know you, but just in case, Mark DeShield's the administrator for the municipality. I just wanted to add to Mark's comments and say that this is really just a tremendous report, especially given that the fire department has gone through a pretty major transition recently. And it's, to see the response times so much improved is really great. And then also, I think we were a little concerned about what the impact would be to the volunteer numbers, and to see those numbers be pretty strong and improving is really heartening too. And I think a testament to your work. So thank you very much. I wanted to open it up to see if there were any council members who had questions. We'll start with Ms. Fraga and then Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to also convey my thanks. It's a great report. Congratulations on all that you've been able to accomplish, especially given the pandemic, the challenges. And I know one of the challenges too is I recognize the challenge of while you're trying to do recruitment. I know one of the things that I would like to have expressed an interest in seeing more diversity in the department, and I see that you're already starting to address that through some of your recruitment. But again, given the challenges, if there's more that can be done to ensure that as you're recruiting volunteers that will someday hopefully be members, more permanent members of the department. But I wanted to suggest last year, your department participated in the municipality's culture sharing night during Welcoming Week. And it was really great to see. This year we're doing it virtually, but perhaps once the website goes up, if there's any way where the department could take part in that, I think that would also be a good avenue to present the department and hopefully encourage recruitment there of more diverse volunteers. So that was it. It was more of a comment than a question.
That was a good night last year.
Yes, it was.
I brought the truck up last year with the guys, and it was a nice night.
It was, and again, the challenges of not being able to do that in person, but hopefully can do some brainstorming and think if there's any way that can participate and during Welcoming Week, even if it's just virtually.
We're there.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Cohen?
Yeah, I just, one of the really interesting things I think I saw in the report, and I just want to confirm that I understood this correctly, was that you're actually getting more volunteer response than you were before the professional staff came on board. And I think the explanation was that the volunteers can be confident that they'll be able to get the equipment out on the road because the professional staff is there to help with that. And I just wanted to confirm that I understood that correctly, because it's almost a little bit counterintuitive. You might think volunteers would say, oh, the professionals are there, they'll take care of it.
I think that it's definitely because we have career staff that are there. There's 2 people, so that you need at least 3 to get a truck out for most calls and 4 for some. So knowing that you already have half your crew definitely gives people a little boost and encourages them to come up there. I just encourage members when they talk about the career staff and the volunteer staff to stay away from professional, because we're all professionals. Even the volunteers are professionals, and some of them take offense to that. So it's career staff and volunteer staff. It's nothing big, but some people get offended by that.
I'll try to remember.
Right.
Mr. Williamson and then Ms. Niedergang.
Thanks, Mayor. Very nice report, by the way. I appreciate that. And I shared a lot of the accolades that my council colleagues gave. My question is regarding the junior firefighter program. It's sort of my regular hybrid question and comments. I would love to see the young people in Princeton housing who are residents of the Housing Authority and affordable housing get more exposure to maybe a career that they may not have been exposed to. So I'd love to, we can do this offline, but I'd love to talk to the chief and others more about how we can get some members of the force to meet with some of these young people and to talk more about them actually becoming members of the junior firefighters.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
Thanks.
And the junior firefighter program is now backed by the state. They just came out with policies and procedures for juniors. So that's a huge boost. And I just want to apologize for having computer problems. I keep dropping in and out. So I just wanted to add in that I apologize for that.
Thanks, Dan. Ms. Niedergang, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Sort of a question, but more when you came to give us a report on the Rogers report and what you had to do, I remember thinking that this was a really tall order. And reading through this report over the weekend and seeing how you've hit one goal after another. I mean, I'm not saying anything new, but I just felt the need to really express to everybody involved my, absolute congratulations. I mean, the idea of melding the new department, I know there was a lot of concern about how would the career and the volunteer firefighters, how do you make that into a single cohesive unit? And looks like you've just absolutely hit that on the mark. So I really just want to commend you for that. And also another point that I think was really aspirational was your social media footprint. And I am a follower of yours, but I did go onto the website. And I think if I remember, like a year ago, it was a couple of hundred people, maybe I'm misremembering, and now you have over 2,000 followers. So again, that's just such an impressive, if my numbers are correct, and forgive me if they're not, really an impressive achievement. And also that you're ending with, this is what we've accomplished and here's what we still need to accomplish. There's still aspirations, there's still improvements. And I just really appreciate that attitude and the kind of gung-ho nature of this whole endeavor. Just could not be more proud of you guys and what you've accomplished for our town and our community. So really thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Pearl-Lambrous, Councilwoman, who's also the Fire Commissioner.
This is the Fire Commissioner and Councilwoman. I just want to thank the Chief and Deputy Chief, Assistant Chief, and all of you. It's a great team. I'm really enjoying working with you and getting to know you and see the great work that you're doing. I think we're just beginning, and it's really fantastic to see every accomplishment that's happened. I just want to follow on to the welcoming week idea and just say that we are trying, there's a lot of grassroots that can be done to recruit volunteers, and it's hard in these times, but I also think there's a lot in social media and networking that we can do. So certainly bring those ideas through me or direct to the chief or whomever, but just if you have, this is for the public as well as my colleagues on council, if you have ideas of organizations, associations, churches, groups that we should be networking with, that is really the grassroots that's going to reach people to get them out to volunteer. getting back to the high school is going to be a wonderful way to have community service hours. And it's really great that we can do that again. So we're, just starting on this program, and I appreciate everything you've done in this report is terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. You've been a great help this year.
Completely agree.
Great. All right. Thank you so much. This is a really wonderful report and reflects some truly amazing work. So thank you.
Thank you guys for all your support as well, especially Michelle.
Yes.
Pleasure. Anything I can do. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. So the next presentation tonight is from the Princeton Environmental Commission, and they're going to be updating council on a couple projects that they've been working on with electric vehicles and also with single-use plastics. And I wanted to pass it over to Sophie Glovier, who's the chair of the Princeton Environmental Commission.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. I hope you can see my screen. I am here this evening with my fellow PEC member, Ann Soch, on behalf of the Environmental Commission to make presentations on 2 of PEC's 2020 goals. The first is to secure adoption of an ordinance to accelerate the availability of charging infrastructure for electric vehicles. This evening, we'll give you an overview of why it is important to accelerate the adoption of, we'll call them EVs, but that refers to electric vehicles, how municipal policy can contribute to accelerating adoption, and what other New Jersey towns are doing. And we'll also give you a recommendation for moving forward. This is a slide that's taken from Princeton's Climate Action Plan. And what you can see from this slide is that the transportation sector represents the largest individual chunk of our greenhouse gas emissions. If we're able to electrify the transportation sector, it will allow it to be powered by energy generated from renewable sources as our grid greens. In January of 2020, New Jersey passed legislation establishing ambitious goals for electric vehicles as part of a strategy to reach 100% clean energy by 2050. The goal is to have 330,000 electric vehicles on the road in New Jersey by 2035. As reference, in 2017, there were 6,600 out of 6 million cars on the road in New Jersey. So this is going to be a big transition. The state had established a $30 million fund for rebates that recently was cut by $16 million as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, which means that we'll all have to do even more to assist this transition. This chart is also from our Climate Action Plan, and what it shows is all of the different strategies that we need to implement to reach our goals to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2050, with an interim goal of 50% by 2030. We are going, the assumptions embedded in this plan, we're counting on the fact that the state was going to be able to achieve its goals. And so it is necessary for us to reach our goals that the target of 50% of vehicle miles traveled by 2050 is with electric vehicles. As you can see from this chart, the number of electric vehicles in Princeton is rising, but it's still quite small. So we have a lot of work to do. And Ann, I'll turn it over to you.
So this map shows you where charging stations are currently located in Princeton. And the green triangles show where charging stations are planned for the near future in municipal lots. Next. To encourage EV use, it's important that we have more charging stations, that we change our zoning so that EV charging stations can be placed where needed, that we establish what their design should be, and that we think about requiring new development to provide charging stations when and where needed. Next. So this is some of the stuff that we know about EV charging. First of all, most of it takes place at home. So it's important that people who have EVs have a way to charge them at home. Workplace charging is important too, particularly for workers who might have a long commute and have an EV that has a fairly limited range. The more public charging stations that are available, the less anxiety drivers have with EVs worrying about running out of charge with no place to charge up. And as municipal vehicles change to electricity, there's going to need to be charging equipment for municipal vehicles and municipal fleets as well. So the reason that we need an ordinance relating to EV charging structures is that we need to address our current rather scanty infrastructure. We need to figure out how many of these charging stations will be ADA compliant. And we might want to look at ways that we can incentivize local merchants to maybe help us with our plan to establish lots of charging stations. So we looked at ordinances from 4 different New Jersey towns: Maplewood, Woodbridge, East Brunswick, and North Brunswick. And these ordinances run the gamut from simply describing what an EV charging station is to some fairly stringent regulations. So let's move on and look at what some of these towns have asked to do in their ordinances. First of all, adding a definition as to what a charging station is, establishing design standards for these charging stations, including the size of the charging station, whether it needs to be lighted, how it's going to be signed, clarifying that electric vehicle charging station is a permitted use, and setting requirements for pre-wiring so that even though a charging station may not be added immediately in a new development, the wiring will be there so it can be relatively easily added in the future. Also, requiring electric vehicle charging equipment in some specific instances. And those include multifamily developments, commercial developments, requiring a certain percentage of ADA accessibility, and in some cases, requirements for single-family homes as well.
So it's also important to note, as we aspire to the highest ranking possible as a sustainable town, that Sustainable Jersey has made their Make Your Town EV Friendly action a requirement for receiving the Sustainable Gold certification. 2 of the elements that are mandatory in this action item are amending the zoning ordinances, as we've been suggesting, and again, adopting an ordinance that would govern design standards for parking spaces and design and installation requirements for the charging equipment. In addition to the mandatory items, they also require one of the following optional items. And one of the suggestions for those items is to offer an incentive for the pre-wiring for this charging equipment. So our recommendation, which we feel is consistent with the climate action plan and also the strategies that are part of the recently adopted green building and environmental sustainability element, is to create a committee to draft an ordinance for Princeton. The Environmental Commission has collected all of the ordinances of the towns that have done this so far in New Jersey, which were forwarded to you. So we have those to look at for ideas and templates. We would suggest that our ordinance would explain what EV charging infrastructure is and allow it in all zones as a permitted use, establish regulations and design standards, ensure accessibility, We would suggest considering requiring new development to provide EV charging infrastructure in appropriate locations like multifamily units and commercial development, and the requirement of pre-wiring for new single-family homes. And lastly, we did just want to recognize that creating an ordinance is complementary to a lot of the other work that has been going on in supporting the development of EV charging infrastructure in the town. So with that, we would be happy to answer your questions.
Great, thanks. Start with Council President Cohen.
Yeah, thanks, Sophie, and great presentation. The one question I had was about these ADA, the handicapped accessible charging stations. And the reason I'm curious about it is that if they were to go add an accessible parking spot, would that mean that only people who are handicapped would be able to use them? And if that's not the way they work, how do they work?
Would you like me to answer that, Sophie?
Sure, go ahead.
No, they're not limited to only people with ADA license. They would be, at least, let's say that you've got a multifamily housing unit and you put in 2 charging stations. One of them would need to be accessible, but it would not be only accessible. Anyone could use it.
So it might have a wheelchair access space, but it wouldn't count as one of the required handicapped accessible parking spaces for the development.
That's correct.
It would be above and beyond. Okay. Thanks.
Ms. Fraga?
Yes, I was just curious whether you're tracking or whether there's an interest in tracking how many of our residents own electric vehicles, and with the suggestions that we add them to the charging station, that would also, my question would also, I'm wondering whether currently our affordable housing developments, whether those residents have now own electric vehicles. Last time it's something that I'm interested in. I know that when I first considered one, it can be the price range, it's not that affordable. So that's why I wonder whether our affordable housing properties, certainly we want to encourage ownership of, buying or converting to electric vehicles, but if they're not affordable, I just wonder about adding them to our affordable housing properties.
Since the introduction of the Tesla and some of the higher end models, there have been many new models introduced, many more affordable, and new models continue to be introduced, regularly now. The industry is really making the transition. In addition, to the extent the funding holds out, there is this $5,000 rebate that's available from the state to address some of the affordability issues. So, I think we are envisioning, I believe it's by 2035, it's projected that 85% of cars sold will be EVs. So eventually we'll all be moving in that direction.
If I could add to the response, Leticia, new EVs are often fairly expensive, but used EVs are
going to ask about that,
best deals that you can get in the automobile market, because the older batteries don't carry as much of a charge, so people can afford, the new generations want them, and
Yes.
They offload the older ones. So that's one thing. And the other thing is that having car share at our affordable housing projects is going to be really helpful to people who can't afford a car at all.
Mm-hmm.
Car share has electric vehicles. That could be a great way to make them available for our affordable housing population.
And that's a great point. And I imagine that it's not just for our residents, but also for visitors to have those available. No, I do, obviously it's something that I would want to explore for myself, and that I would want to encourage environmentally friendly vehicles. But yes, the affordability is often an issue to start.
If I may ask a follow-up question to that, Sophie had mentioned the $5,000 rebate from the state. Is that only available with new EV vehicles, or is that a rebate that buyers of pre-owned vehicles, as Councilman Cohen mentioned, is that $5,000 rebate available to them in some form or fashion also?
It's only for new or leased vehicles, not
new
for
or leased.
pre-owned.
Okay. Well, that's maybe something we can encourage at the state level to expand that to include in some way for people who can only afford the pre-owned vehicles.
Ms. Pern-Lampros?
I just wanted to say a couple comments. Sophie and Ann, this is really comprehensive and there's a lot of good ideas. What I'd like to say is some of these things that could be incentives for the business community, for infrastructure, that building development that may come and so on. This could be something that we could bring to the EDC, the Economic Development Committee. So I'd like to have maybe follow-up conversation about that. I think there's some really exciting prospects, and being I think one of the big hesitations of going electric is to worry, where's the closest charging station going to be? And so the more that we can do to help incentivize and build infrastructure, the better. I know that we have talked about the housing developments that are coming up and making sure that they're going to have EV stations available, and that's part of the development discussions. And one other thing I will also mention, Council President Cohen and I have been talking about fleet management. And one of our big incentives with looking at fleet is how quickly can we, once it's available, can we start to move our own municipal fleet over to EV. So these are really big goals for us, and so just to let you know that we share the vision with you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Sorry, it's hard to see everybody with the presentation up, so I'm scrolling through my sidebar here. I know there's more to the presentation, but I think you're hearing that there's a lot of support from council on continuing PEC's work on this, and we look forward to working with you all when we get closer to the ordinance. So thank you.
Great. I guess if you could give us some guidance in whatever form is appropriate of who should be involved in drafting and taking the next step, we're happy to help in any way.
Yeah, what I know our planner Michael Place is on the call. I know that the planning office has a lot on their plate for the next couple months too, but we can talk offline and see where this might fit in, and if this is something that starts with planning and then comes to council, or vice versa. So we'll follow up, and but I think that you're hearing a lot of interest. Michael, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I did want to make two comments, and then I'll talk about process a little bit. The first comment I wanted to make was that I guess other towns have changed, put it in their zoning and talked about EV chargers as accessory uses. It may just be able to be handled in the site plan ordinance as a design guideline or standard, but we certainly can talk to that. There's different ways we can get at the same goal. The other thing I was going to mention is you mentioned developments where these should be required, and I think it was mentioned multifamily residential and commercial. I would say particularly for Princeton to add institutional, because a lot of the projects we see are university or the other institutions in Princeton. We have so many, and it's really hard to get them to be serious about adding this component to their site plan. So please add institutional. I think that would be very practical for Princeton. And anyways, just be happy to work with you moving forward. Great presentation.
Thank you. Would you like me to share the next?
Yeah, I think keep going.
Okay. Okay, our second presentation of the evening addresses another 2020 PEC goal, which is to address the use of single-use plastics, especially bags, through the development and adoption of an ordinance if statewide legislation is not passed in January, which obviously we are well past January and that legislation has not been passed. We thank Mayor and Council for passing a resolution to support that state level legislation. And as you will hear tonight, building a critical mass of municipalities taking action is a key strategy for achieving this action at the state level, which would be so much more efficient. While plastic is a useful and necessary material to our society, single-use plastics are a problem. We produce 300 million tons of plastic every year, of which 50% is for single-use purposes. Waste disposal is a problem, and 8 million tons of plastic are dumped into the oceans each year. You've probably heard the claim of the MacArthur Foundation that by 2050, there could be more plastic in our oceans than fish. We wanted to show this picture to illustrate that single-use plastic litter is a local problem as well as a global problem. And despite the valiant efforts of residents like Brian McDonald, pictured here, who picked up a quite stunning 105.3 pounds of trash in his first 3 weeks, and the volunteers that come out every year for the Watershed Institute stream cleanup, we need to do more to address the litter that is clogging our stream banks, and particularly the single-use plastic bags we see clogging our storm drains and also deteriorating in our streams. According to a study recently commissioned by the World Wildlife Fund, each of us consumes about 5 grams of plastic a month. That's about the equivalent of a credit card. Microplastic has been found in water, beer, shellfish, and salt. In addition, as with many issues, social justice and environmental degradation are connected. A study by the EPA's National Center for Environmental Assessment, published in the American Journal of Public Health, looked at communities located within 2.5 miles of a refinery, including those associated with plastic production, and found these communities were disproportionately non-white. Black people were exposed to 1.5 times more particulate matter than white people, and Hispanics had 1.2 times the exposure of non-white Hispanics. Here are some facts about plastic bags, and some of them I'm sure you were familiar with before. Some were new to me, like the fact that 14 plastic bags equals the gas required to drive 1 mile. Something that also should concern us is the fact that microplastics have been found in some of our rivers, including the Raritan River, which serves as one of the primary sources for Princeton's drinking water. And scientists are learning more about the chemicals in plastics, their known endocrine disruptors, and there's lots of research going on now to really better understand the impact of microplastics on human health. States are taking action, and you can see from this chart the states in green that have acted to either place a fee on single-use plastic bags or to ban them. Some of these bans were temporarily lifted during the pandemic. It's also interesting to note here in orange, these are states that are passing preemption laws, and those are actually to prevent municipalities within those states to address single-use plastics. So it's clearly an issue that's getting a lot of attention. Here in New Jersey, a bill that would have banned all single-use bags, paper and plastic, failed in New Jersey in 2019. And as referenced earlier, another bill was introduced in 2020, has passed the Senate and is in somewhat of a limbo currently in an assembly committee, given everything else that the state is coping with. There is some hope that that bill could start to move again in the fall, but the strategy really has been to build municipal momentum. This strategy has been led by ANJAC and Clean Ocean Actions and Watershed Institute and others. And this shows you a list of the 59 towns that have passed ordinances addressing single-use plastic bags, including the 4 highlighted here that have done so during the pandemic. So on the list, we see our neighbors Trenton, Hopewell Borough, Pennington Borough, also Montgomery and Franklin Township's environmental commissions have put forth ordinances for their governing bodies to consider. West Windsor had the mayor veto an ordinance last year, and they've received a grant from Sustainable Jersey to double down on their education and advocacy. So this issue is being addressed all around us. And Ann, I think I'm turning it over to you at this point.
Okay, so one of the things that happened to the New York ban, which was supposed to go into place at the end of March, was that COVID-19 made everyone question whether reusable bags were safe with COVID. And so New York is now, I think, going to reinstitute its plastic bag ban starting in September. But the scientific consensus as of now is that reusable bags are totally safe to use, and that COVID viruses are not carried from one place to another by these reusable bags. Next.
Oh, and I wanted to make one other point on this slide, is that we are very sensitive to the predicament that our local businesses find themselves in. And what we did want to stress is that many of the ordinances that are being adopted include a significant period of time for a phase-in for education before any sort of ban or fee would start, so that we would have the ability to pass an ordinance, but find a way to work with the business community to phase it in a way that was not onerous.
It's ironic that this presentation was originally scheduled to be given on St. Patrick's Day. So here we are now. So one of the things that has been clearly measured is that if you have single-use plastic bag ordinances in place, their use is reduced, litter is reduced, reusable bags increase in use, and the number that are picked up along waterways and as garbage really decreases. So a plastic bag ban can really have an effect on the amount of trash and litter that we produce. Next. So there are some negatives to plastic bag ordinances. One is that people will just shift from one kind of plastic bag to another in terms of, say, picking up after their pets or to use as trash bags. Another thing that's happened in some communities is that by the way that reusable bags have been defined, thinner plastic bags have simply been replaced by thicker plastic bags, which of course have a larger environmental footprint than the thin plastic bag, but which most shoppers apparently throw away after one use. So in other cases, so Princeton's options are to wait and see what happens with the current state bill, or as Sophie said, take action as other New Jersey municipalities have done. We know that single-use plastic bags have very serious environmental effects, but it's ironic that they also have a smaller carbon footprint than paper bags. So one of the things that many municipalities have looked at is to ban single-use plastic bags, encourage the use of reusable bags, and charge a small fee for paper bags. That's called the band and fee plan. And Sophie, I think this one is yours.
Thank you, Anne. So in terms of issues that we would want to consider in creating an ordinance, the education period referred to, what to do about the question of single-use paper bags, how we would define very carefully the criteria for what was acceptable as a reusable bag. We may want to consider addressing other single-use items. Many other towns, for example, have taken the opportunity to ban polystyrene and to make plastic straws available on request. To talk about enforcement, who would be responsible for that? What would the penalties be? And another aspect that is highly recommended is to try and have some way to measure the effect of the ordinance. So to really try to understand and quantify the reductions that we would be seeing in our litter and other impacts of the ordinance. And we certainly would want flexibility in meeting the community where they are. So we are hoping that we can get your approval to establish a committee to draft an ordinance. I want to note that there are so many in the community that have been concerned with this issue for a long time, dating back to the BYO bag campaign in 2011, I believe that was, to reference the work of Daniel Harris, who's since passed away, Bainey Suri, Stephanie Chorney, many others, Diane Landis. So a lot of work has been done. There are a lot of ordinances that are available to start with. We had started to talk with Michelle about doing some outreach to merchants. As Anne referenced, Michelle had helped us to set up a presentation with the Princeton Merchants Association, which had to be canceled because that was right when COVID came down. So recognizing again that this is an incredibly difficult time for our local businesses and wanting to be sensitive to that, but to look for some way to do some outreach on this, to continue our community education, and of course, continue to support statewide action while we're drafting our ordinance, because that would be a very much more efficient approach. So with that, thank you for your time, and we'd love to answer your questions.
Thanks for another great report. One thing just I forgot to mention when we were talking about the EVs is that Princeton was actually highlighted in a national series of Green City Guides. So if people didn't get a chance to see it, you can look it up. And it was towns that were both had sort of promising EV infrastructure and also really great places to go on a staycation. Anyways, it was great to see the marrying of those two things, both the EV infrastructure, our environmental efforts, and also our efforts to help our businesses. So that was great. And Michelle might want to talk more about this, but Michelle has brought it up before at the Economic Development Committee. And there is a lot of positive interest among our local merchants for this. So I think that's a great thing. I mean, that discussion was had before COVID, but I think there's a recognition of why this is important and wanting to be part of the solution. So, I think we're starting at a good place. And I think it's just, as you said, I think it's just really important to include people in the conversation. So there's that buy-in at the beginning.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate. It was March 17th was the day that we had set where the Sustainable Princeton and the Environmental Commission had put together a great program for the PMA members. So, I mean, I think it's time to revisit it maybe and see if we can take it virtual. I mean, back then we thought, well, we'll postpone a few months. Who knew? But, I think the conversation needs to be picked up. And, the merchants need to be involved and they'll appreciate that as well. And, I think we'll just have to do it on a virtual basis, but we can certainly talk about how that might look. Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Cohen?
Yeah, I think I know the answer, but I want to give you a chance to tell the people in the audience who might not know. You went pretty quickly over the polystyrene ban, and I just want to know which kinds of polystyrene are being regulated in other towns.
Different towns have different definitions, which I would need to refer to the ordinance, but
I mean the point of sale versus other. So, all right, so I'll try and answer it, which is basically it's not all styrofoam. It's
No.
You can still use styrofoam building insulation if you're trying to insulate your house. It's more about when you're getting takeout food and stuff like that, right?
yes, sorry.
Ms. Fraga and then Ms. Niedergang.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As many of you may already know, before coming to Princeton, I lived in Seattle, and there long years and years ago, they actually did ban plastic bags, not just the bags, single-use bags, but also straws and the styrofoam containers. And so I was already conditioned to bring my own bags. And one of our businesses, our grocery store, it felt great to bring my own bags and actually get credit for each bag at the end of my purchase for each bag that I brought. And I just was wondering if you find whether that as an incentive works more than taxing. I know I was speaking to some of our merchants. That's one of the concerns is that which, it wouldn't lose my business, but I've heard that expressed as a concern that having to charge for bags, that there was a concern that they would lose customers. But I can tell you that during the pandemic, it actually I feel conflicted when I couldn't bring my own bags and have to take the plastic bags instead. It really, because I was so conditioned to bringing my own that I really feel conflicted in having to take the plastic bags and then trying to figure out, okay, now what do I do with those? Dispose of them in a safe manner or reuse them. But I was wondering whether that is also being considered, not just the single-use bags, but also the plastic straws and other containers, and whether there's any incentive that can be considered similar to what this one merchant or one of our businesses already doing.
It's interesting because what we've seen is some behavior change among a population with the incentives that have been offered and opportunities to recycle, but we haven't seen a whole-scale change. And so the experience of other states is really that, moving to just take them off the table, to not have the single-use plastics available is the most effective strategy.
Ms. Niedergang?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think one option for an ordinance, just to respond again to the question Ms. Fraga just raised, is you could have single-use paper available. That would be for a fee, and the merchant gets to keep that fee. Some merchants choose to then use that for charitable contributions within the community, so they can kind of use that money as a way of supporting other institutions and other causes and getting their names out there. I just wanted to bring up, and I had talked about this with Councilwoman Perrin-Lambros and members of the PEC, and thank you both Sophie and Ann. Sophie, under very difficult circumstances, she lost power earlier tonight, for two really great presentations on two really important topics. But we're really lucky in Princeton to have some merchants, I'm thinking particularly of Jam and Crepes and Small World, for whom this is really important. Sustainability is really important. And they've already investigated a lot of the issues of, well, if you can't use your polystyrene little clamshell for your takeout, what do you use instead? And so what we were hoping to do when we had our St. Patrick's Day meeting that never happened because of COVID was to have an opportunity for merchants that have had experience looking at alternatives to teach their fellow business owners about what you can use, what are the products that are out there. And as time goes on, the number of possible substitutes and appropriate materials that can be used instead of plastic, I think really increase. And I think it's really important to people, and people vote with their feet. So I think a merchant that gets on the sustainability bandwagon can use that as a real tool in marketing and promoting that they care about the earth, and certainly the younger generation. I think environmentalism is really important to them. So I think there's a lot of exciting things that we can learn from each other going forward on this. And I'm very excited to be moving on this after, 6 months of, and as Sophie said, we understand it's a tough time, and we don't want to rush into anything and make anyone feel overwhelmed or threatened in any way, but we really want to work as partnership and find out what the issues are that are of concern and help solve them moving forward. So, Michelle, counting on you for that one.
I'll do my best.
Ms. Sachs?
Yeah, hi. Great presentations. Thank you. So I actually don't feel like we're rushing into anything, because I feel like we've actually been gradually moving towards this for many, 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 many years. And I'm excited that we're that much closer, but I know there are many people watching who've gotten their hopes up many times and watched presentations, and then nothing has happened. And I know that there have always been extenuating circumstances, as there are now with COVID. But I have to be the one to ask that difficult question. Do we have can we make a commitment to our constituents for some sort of timeline? And also, I think, in the past, there was the sense that it was the merchant community that was the biggest obstacle. And I'm wondering, is that still the sense? Because I was just hearing different people say that actually it seems that the merchant community is now enthusiastic. So if they are enthusiastic, and obviously I think staff and council are enthusiastic and the community is enthusiastic. So what do we envision as the potential obstacle? And also, I just want to say I have to say it feels embarrassing to look at that long list of towns that are have gone ahead, moved ahead on this. And there was a time at which we were going to be out there. So, but I don't want to be at the very back of that list. So I just have to, is there some sort of timeline, and also what might the obstacle be?
We had talked about working on this over the rest of the year and possibly introducing something early next year. Sophie, is that accurate? I think you're nodding, you're so small. And what the introduction period would be. I know in Pennington, I think it was a year maybe from when it was passed to when it was implemented, but I'm not 100% sure that it could be 6 months.
I think it might have been 6 months.
6 months. So that's something else, is that between when it passes, when it's introduced and hopefully passes, and then a period of adaptation and learning, although we can start that now. Yeah,
I would say, I mean, we've looked at so many of these. We've done the same kind of homework we did at the EV, although there are a lot more to look at. We have a draft that we could, put forward for comment. We would just need to know all of the stakeholders, and would be happy to do that.
And just to my second question about what do we still feel that the merchant community is the biggest obstacle, or are there other obstacles, or is it just a matter of the process?
Well, I mean, I guess I speak to that, but you can't really speak for the merchant community as just one voice. I mean, there's varying, degrees of enthusiasm for getting involved in this. And I think right now, with many businesses just struggling to, reopen their doors and say, sustainable, it doesn't seem like it would be a big priority for some. However, we had agreed to have this conversation started, and I think we should continue to do that. We can do this virtually, and take the measures that we need to, and have the conversations. But I can't say that there's one voice, but there are definitely some very good proponents within the business community, and there was enthusiasm for doing this research and this discussion. So, there's just, it's like anything, you have to make some decisions about how you would go about that and what the impact on your business is going to be. Some restaurants, it's going to have a bigger impact than others because some have already implemented these measures. And, a lot of it's consumer driven too. I mean, consumers are demanding, especially in our community, I think, they're demanding things that are more sustainable. And I think that, our community appreciates merchants and businesses that are already taking these measures, and they see that this is good for the environment. I mean, I cringe when I'm handed something in a styrofoam cup, or so. I mean, I think people have that knowledge already, and I think it's a very knowledgeable community, and I do think it's consumer driven. So I think it's good business. So.
Mr. Cohen?
Yeah, I want to ask a question about one piece of research that I can't remember if I heard about it from one of our attorneys or from somebody at a presentation I went to at Sustainable Jersey or something like that. But my understanding is that in order to pass a local ordinance, you actually have to document local negative impacts of the plastic bags. You have to go out and do surveys of your local waterways to count, and demonstrate that this is really a problem that we have locally rather than a sort of a worldwide problem, that we just want to do our part to help solve. And I don't know if you can comment on that. Oh, it looks like Trishka has a comment.
Yeah, I think I can address that. I mean, the answer is yes and no. You do have to, I mean, any ordinance you pass has to be addressing a local problem. However, to demonstrate it, I don't think you necessarily need to do extensive surveys and documentation. And right in the presentation tonight, I think even that one picture of Brian McDonald sort of told a really good story. So I think it's just more a question of, any ordinance, if it's challenged, you have to show that it's for a valid purpose, namely solving a local issue, and that, there's a tie-in there, but you don't have to have super detailed and extensive surveys in order to meet that threshold.
And if I could just speak, I'm getting a text across my screen from Christine Symington, who's listening in, saying that they have data on this. I know certainly we have the stream cleanup data, and I'm not privy to all of what Sustainable Princeton has, but I just wanted to add that comment in.
Great.
Yeah. At our last cleanup last year, 2019, because the 2021s were canceled, one of the members of the Environmental Commission, Tammy Sands, made a special effort to count plastic bags and to, separate that from the rest of the trash that were picked up for that exact reason, to show the local impact. So we did.
And from what you're describing tonight, I mean, I'm comfortable. I think you've got enough. So I would certainly, it sounds like that's the desire of the council. And from my perspective, I don't see any legal reason not to move forward with this.
Okay, so my recommendation for next steps would be for the Environmental Commission to work with doing a presentation at the EDC, see if there's anybody from the EDC who wants to be part of the final development of the ordinance, and maybe have it be a project between those two BCCs.
Great,
Okay,
thank you very much.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now we come to public comment for items that are not already on the agenda. And there are two ways to make comments. The first is if you submitted written comment. We received 3 written comments, which I'll read in a second. And if you'd like to speak to something that's not already on the agenda. Oh, wait, does somebody have their hand raised? Oh, Michael Laplace, did you have your hand raised? Or is that a phantom hand raise?
Phantom, sorry.
Okay, no problem. If you'd like to make a comment for an item that's not on the agenda, you can raise your hand, raise your virtual hand. Okay, so we'll start with what came in. The first is from Sam Bunting, 99 Dempsey Avenue. I have a question for council for an item that is not on the agenda for their meeting on August 24th. What is the latest situation with Princeton's Slow Streets program? Is the town considering any ways to amend the program that might make it acceptable to the State Department of Transportation? I don't know if David or Deanna, if either of you want to answer this. I mean, essentially the word from the DOT was pretty strong in terms of any reduction in speed without a traffic study. So the bike committee has been working with engineering department and public works on other projects, for example, the signage of the bike boulevards. And I don't know if there's anything else to say about slow streets at this time.
Yeah, I'll just comment that I think the only approach that has been raised that could make things acceptable to DOT would be to do it for less than 48 hours at a time. And I think the committee's been concerned about the very large burden that would be placed either on staff or on resident volunteers to be putting out the barriers, at the start of a weekend and taking them back down. And then the inconsistency would also be confusing to people with the changes in the rules. So I think it really has been, both a hope that we would be able to get the governor's office to, issue some kind of an executive order that would recognize the value of these during the pandemic, and then feeling like it was too much of a challenge to get an implementation in place that would pass muster with DOT.
Yeah, and I will say that the less than 48 hours, my understanding is that's for complete street closure. That's what's allowed, not any sort of change to, or even temporary change of the traffic speed. Another project that's not quite slow streets, but will hopefully help to let people know about where they can go for safe recreation. Councilwoman Sachs and Councilwoman Niedergang and myself have been working on resurrecting the recommendations from the Open Space Task Force from a couple years ago, and just an initial analysis of a map of Princeton shows that almost everybody in Princeton lives within a 10-minute walk of a playground, open space, or park. So, you know, I think there's opportunity there to do a better job letting people know how they can get to their local park and what that park might connect to in terms of trails. We're certainly working on that project. I know it's not quite the same as Slow Streets, but it hopefully gets at some of the same intention about giving people opportunities to get out and walk around in a safe way. Okay, next comment is from Stephanie Chorney, Ray Street. I just wanted to say that I am happy to see a discussion on the agenda tonight regarding plastic pollution. It has been some time since the last go around and discussions on this important topic. At that time, Princeton could have been a leader in decreasing plastic bag use, takeout container usage in town, increasing composting for residents and businesses, but it was not to be. Many other towns in our area have taken the lead, and now we are sorely behind. Our businesses will survive this climate change solution of decreasing plastic bag usage, just as other businesses in towns, cities, and countries around the world have. I hope we can take action on this soon. As for the ordinance on accessory dwelling units, it is hard to keep abreast of all the changes to this ordinance, which I believe I commented about before in the fall. I am all for increasing the availability of affordable units in our town by allowing residents with space on their property to have two dwellings, especially one which may be smaller and more affordable. I can see the pros and cons of allowing a secondary owner. It could, however, change the feel of neighborhoods, especially already dense neighborhoods, in a way that could have unexpected effects. I think there needs to be more public comment and thoughtful discussion with residents on this topic before a decision can be made. And then the final written comment for public comment is from Bainey Surrey, 19 Chestnut Street. I want to share these comments verbally. Bainey, did you not want to have me read this?
I don't mind if you want to read it.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can read it for you. It's right in front of me. So if you don't have it in front of you, I can read it.
I have it in front of me. I mean, I can read
Okay,
it.
why don't you go ahead and read it? That's fine.
Okay, so I just wanted to share that it's important, you know, I know that we want to be conscious to involve all the stakeholders before we move forward, but time is of the essence. We do want to take action because people are not just ignoring the fact that we haven't done anything. Opponents actually use that as an argument, like at the West Windsor council meeting, the attorney for West Windsor specifically cited to Princeton not passing an ordinance as being support for West Windsor to not take action.
Bainey, can I interrupt for 1 second? Just
Yeah.
specify that you're talking about a plastic bag ordinance, which I don't think you said.
I'm
so
sorry,
okay.
I'm
I
sorry.
just want to make sure everyone knows. Okay.
Yeah, I should have said that. I was talking about the plastic pollution legislation. And just to sort of urge that we do something quickly so that we can also have the ability to influence what's happening at the state level. If we pass something that's really good in Princeton, it could serve as a model to allow us to amend what the Senate has already passed and to maybe have the Assembly put something forward that's better now that we know more. And, you know, this movement has really been a long endeavor for the town of Princeton. I mean, we started the movement, and in 2014, residents overwhelmingly wanted to pass this. And I think there are many merchants. Even I know Jack Morrison was totally against removing plastic bags, and I eat at his restaurant and shop at his markets all the time, and he's moved away from using. I mean, I don't necessarily want to say that I approve of the bag that he's using, but he's not using the old single-use plastic bag that he was using, and he was very resistant to that change. So I do think a lot has changed in 11 years. And then the last thing is really just the idea that hopefully it would be nice to see this pass for the people that have worked on it, because it really has been a long endeavor. And Daniel Harris, unfortunately, is deceased, but you know, he had a role in this movement, and certainly it was a social justice issue for him. And I think that's why the Princeton ordinance is really, you know, the draft that PEC has seen is really written for the Princeton community, but it's also really I think, one of the better solutions of how to deal with it. I mean, a ban is what the state level is, the state law is looking to do. And I'm not saying a ban wouldn't be good in the future, but I think a charge is a better way to go. It is shown to be more effective if you're trying to create a behavioral change. And that's really what you want. You want it to be that the person thinks, oh, I don't even need the bag. Oh, I don't even need the straw. It's really trying to change that behavior. And the most effective tool to do that is to do a charge. You know, and it also gives people options. They don't rush to buy other bags necessarily because, you know, they can, if they have to take a bag, they can take one, but they learn over time not to take one. And that's really it. That's all I had to say.
Thanks, Bainey. And this is going to be a robust debate when it actually is on the agenda. So thank you for those comments. And there was one more that came in from Michael Floyd. Any update on the structuring of the community planning process for Franklin Avenue housing?
No updates for tonight.
Okay. And then I see, Yaina Moore, your virtual hand is up. I'm not sure if that's, if you wanted to speak for public comment for items not on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I had it up during the PEC report because I thought you were allowing the public to ask a question, but is there some point where that's possible in terms of the two initiatives or issues?
Yeah, I mean, those were just, that was just an update. It was really just an update to council on some projects PEC was working on, but they'll be coming back to council probably multiple times, at least once, if not multiple times. So you can, you know, I encourage folks to engage if they're able to at the committee level, as you all know. That, you know, that's a place to really help to shape what ends up coming back to council.
Right. I'll try to contact them there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So I think if that's the case, I'm going to close public comment. And we'll move on to reports. And I'll just take a show of hands if there's anybody who has a report. We'll start with Mr. Cohen.
Two very brief reports. One, the latest edition of the bicycle map, the Princeton bicycle map, is done. It's in the printer's office. We're going to be picking them up shortly, and they should be available again in the bike shops, at the rec department, municipal building. So if you've lost your copies or you never had one, they should be available soon. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention, I might have missed it in Leticia's announcements, but the permit parking task force is getting back to work on the pilot programs that we were looking to start up. And we're going to be meeting on Thursday morning at 11. So I don't have anything really, that meeting is mostly going to be just to refresh our memories as to where we are, but we'll be working on that going forward and hopefully having some recommendations for council soon.
Great, thank you. Ms. Niedergang?
Two quick things, Mayor. First, want to mention something else that the Environmental Commission will be talking about at its first meeting in September 23rd, which is gas-powered leaf blowers, which many people have been particularly annoyed about now that we're all working from home and not away during the day. So this is something that we've talked about a bit. We'll be continuing to do that. So as the mayor said, please reach out to the Environmental Commission. Feel free to attend the meeting, and we're going to be moving ahead on that one. And then since I serve both on personnel and public works, I just wanted to update people that we've re-advertised the job for the Director of Operations and Infrastructure. The first attempt, didn't end up in a hire. And so we've reshaped the job description and re-advertised, and we're hoping we'll get somebody on board before the end of the year through virtual interviews and the way things are done now. So just wanted to update people on that.
Thank you. Are there any other council people with reports? All right, I'm not seeing anybody. I have a couple reports. The first one I just wanted to add to Jeff Grosser, health officer's flu shot report that through the town's clinics, free flu shots will be provided to uninsured Princeton residents. It's really important folks get their flu shots this year. So just wanted to get the word out that they're trying to take down as many barriers as we can to allow people to get their flu shots. The other report is that there was a meeting last week with representatives from the county and Princeton University about a new bridge project. This one's going to be on Washington Road. And the good news about this bridge project is that it looks like that it will not be required to shut the bridge while they're doing the work. And it's still in the early stages of design. There's a lot of discussion about how to make sure that we're slowing traffic, both as it comes into town and as it crosses over the canal, because that is a dangerous spot. And I don't know, Ms. Stockton, if you wanted to add anything to that, or if you had any other reports.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one clarification. After you left the meeting, the county mentioned as well that they are looking to replace their structure over the lake on Washington Road. And unfortunately, with their project, it would require a full closure of the roadway. So like with Alexander, the DOT and Mercer County are looking to collaborate and find the best way to undertake both of these projects and minimize the disruption and maximize the improvements for Princeton and West Windsor.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other reports from staff?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So we'll move on then to the ordinance public hearings. And the first ordinance tonight is ordinance 2020-26, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton concerning tree protection zones, tree replacement fees, and contractor registration, and amending the Code of the Borough of Princeton, New Jersey, 1974, and the Code of the Township of Princeton, New Jersey, 1968. And I think I saw Taylor Saputer on the call. Oh, hi, Taylor. How are you?
Good. How are you?
So many people on this call. I have to like scroll through. Do you want to walk us through the major changes in this ordinance before we open up the public hearing?
Sure. The major change is just the reiteration to contractors that tree protection must be made to neighboring properties as well. And more so than just tree protection if needed, there's also other measures that will be in a PDF distributed to all developers in town in regards to other ways to protect the root zone if foot traffic or any kind of traffic needs to go under a drip line, which would mean adding wood chips, air spading, excavation if needed. So that was the big emphasis of just protecting the neighboring trees that don't necessarily belong to the current property owner, belonging to the neighbors. What we also did was we upped the replacement in lieu of fee from $400 to $550. The main reason behind that was when planting a tree in town by our contractor, the fee, the average fee the last 2.5 years was approximately $495. So we wanted to be able to cover that fee that the contractor charges us to, because all of the money in lieu of fee goes into the green infrastructure shade tree trust reserve account. So we want to be able to at least cover those expenses. And then lastly, the state in 2014 started, or 2016, I believe, started the Licensed Tree Care Operator Act. Essentially, it's very similar to how electricians need to be plumbered. Electricians need to be licensed by the state. Plumbers need to be licensed by the state. Tree companies as well need to be licensed by the state. And recently, they hired their own enforcement officers. So with that being said, any company that's not in compliance gets reported to the state, and then they issue their own set of fines. And they have multiple enforcement officers that go through Princeton. So we pretty much put that out of our ordinance, being that it's regulated by the entire state.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Spooter before we open up the public hearing on this? Okay, so I'd like to open up the public hearing on this ordinance, and if you'd like to speak to it, if you can raise your virtual hand.
Mayor, I'm sorry, don't we have to introduce it first?
It's been introduced at the prior meeting.
Right. Sorry.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back. Ms. Pern-Lambros.
I just have something to read from Sharon Ainsworth, who's the chair. Would this be an appropriate time? Or
Yeah, absolutely. I went through Sharon's document. It's spot on. It's very thorough. It's great.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to read her statement because it never got recorded. Would that be okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. So she writes, on behalf of the Shade Tree Commission, I am pleased to lend support to the proposed revisions to the Trees and Shrubs Ordinance introduced to Council for consideration on Monday, August 10th, 2020. The proposal reflects the Shade Tree Commission's recommended changes to the current tree protection zones provisions. These changes will add flexibility and enforcement capability to better protect trees on and adjacent to a construction site. The Shade Tree Commission spent over a year and a half reviewing tree protection zones provisions, including recommendations of the American National Standards Institute and review of other town ordinances. The Shade Tree Commission determined that revisions to the current TPZ's ordinance provisions are needed to more effectively identify, assess, and protect vulnerable trees before damage occurs. In summary, the proposal before Council is the result of many hours of collaboration between the Shade Tree Commission, Council members Michelle Pern-Lambros and Lisa Maddox, Esquire. I would also like to offer special recognition to Shade Tree Commission members Victoria Airgood, Wilmot Bach Van Kamen, Janet Stern, and Sandra Chen for their many hours of research on TPZs. Respectfully submitted, Sharon Ainsworth, Chair, Princeton Shade Tree Commission. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Is there a motion to, oh, sorry, Mr. Williamson?
I was going to say, just for the sake of the public, I just wanted everyone to know that Taylor is our municipal arborist. I don't know if that was mentioned.
Thank you.
Taylor began to speak. No problem.
Yeah. Thank you. And is there a motion to approve the ordinance? Moved by Ms. Pern-Lambros, seconded by Mr. Williamson. Madam Clerk, please read the roll.
Ms. Pern-Lambros?
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Fraga?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Sachs?
Yes.
Okay, the ordinance passes unanimously, and next we come to the next ordinance, 2020-27, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton amending ordinance number 2020-14, the COVID-19 ordinance, by expanding its scope and extending the date on which it will sunset. Ms. Cecil, who's our municipal attorney, can you walk us through the major provisions on this before we open up the public hearing?
Yes, gladly, Mayor. This is an amendment to the ordinance that you adopted earlier this year to help businesses reopen in compliance with the various regulations imposed by executive order. And at the time that it was put in place, we weren't sure. Well, you knew that restaurants were going to be able to open for outdoor dining and curbside pickup. A lot of other stuff was uncertain. Things were changing quickly. So the ordinance was put in place to create a lot of flexibility in addressing the needs of the businesses. What it didn't cover were retail businesses other than retail food establishments. And so the purpose of this amendment is really, now that you've had some experience with it the past several weeks, months, is to broaden the scope so that now it will include things like, day spas, salons, retailers who want to actually set up some sales outdoors to help people. All of that will now come under the umbrella of this ordinance. And then the second thing that it does, the original ordinance had a sunset provision, but then enabled the council by resolution to further extend its provisions. Since you're amending the ordinance anyway, this also just takes care of the extension of the sunset clause. So it will actually be in effect, I believe, until the end of the year.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Cecil before we open up the public hearing? Ms. Niedergang?
Just a quick factual question. So we're now extending this to the end of 2020. Can it just continue to be extended indefinitely as long as there's still a state of emergency, or is this the last one? Or can you tell me where do we go from here if it's December 30th and it's still not safe to do these activities indoors?
Great question. There are certain aspects of this ordinance that deal with suspending some of your zoning regulations. And under the municipal land use law, you can suspend a regulation or impose a moratorium for health and safety reasons, but only up to 6 months. So that's why this ordinance, it only has an effective life of 6 months. What we need to figure out in the next couple of months, since I think it's clear this isn't going to be going away by the end of December, is what sorts of permanent changes can we make to your zoning regulations to cover pandemics or other states of emergency, if you follow. So it wouldn't be a temporary suspension of zoning regulations. It would be amendments that would only kick in under these types of circumstances. What that looks like, I'm not entirely sure, but that needs to be, I think, the council's focus between now and the end of the year, is putting something like that in place.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay, I'd like to open up the public hearing on this ordinance. And seeing no one who wants to speak, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Ms. Pearl-Lambros, seconded by Ms. Fraga. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Pearl-Lambros?
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Fraga?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Sachs?
Yes.
And this ordinance passes unanimously. Next is ordinance 2020-28, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton amending the definition of accessory dwelling unit in the Code of the Borough of Princeton, New Jersey, 1974, and the Code of the Township of Princeton, New Jersey, 1968. And unlike the other two ordinances, we've already received a lot of testimony for this ordinance. So I just want to explain the process before we open up the public hearing. So like the other ordinances, we'll start, I'm going to ask Ms. Cecil to walk us through the major changes in the ordinance. We'll get a report from our planner, Michael Laplace, on the planning board's review of this ordinance. We'll take questions from council, and then we'll open up the public hearing first with the comments we've received by email, and then any further comments that people want to make by raising their hand. So we'll start with Ms. Cecil with just walking us through the ordinance, please.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. This ordinance really only has one substantive provision to it, and that is to amend the definition of accessory dwelling unit, but it ties back to a much broader ordinance that the mayor and council adopted back at the end of June this year, which created accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and under the ordinance that was passed at the end of June, these ADUs are now allowed in all of your residential zones, and with a number of conditions and limitations on them. But sort of at bottom, what the underlying ordinance allows is any single family residence can have an ADU either in it or in a separate structure on the same property. One of the requirements in that ordinance was that the ADU and the principal single family dwelling be owned by the same individual or entity. And so what this change is making is taking out that one requirement, such that now the principal single family dwelling and the ADU could be owned independently. They can also be under common ownership. One unit can be rented, both units can be rented. But the specific changes being made here is to allow what some refer to as the divisibility of title. The two units could be owned independently.
Thank you. And Ms. Laplace, can you brief us on the planning board's review of this ordinance?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Last week at the planning board special meeting on August 20th, the ordinance that was just introduced to you, that we were just discussing, 2020-28, was reviewed in terms of its consistency with the Princeton Community Master Plan. So the planning board spent a considerable amount of time discussing the ordinance, and it was by unanimous vote that the planning board did find the ordinance is consistent with the master plan. There were some comments that were made during the vote that there was some interest in maybe having more information, research done, more time for discussion, but they felt that largely the members of the board felt that they understood what was being done here and that it would be a benefit to the community. And this was mostly in terms of the master plan goals of increasing diversity of housing types, trying to increase opportunities for housing within Princeton, and the idea of trying to create affordable housing situations and just alternative housing situations within established neighborhoods. The idea of balanced and infill housing that would not change the character of many of our existing neighborhoods in Princeton. So it was a unanimous vote in favor of this ordinance and referral back to the council.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for either Mr. Laplace or Ms. Hessel before you open up the public hearing? First, Ms. Fraga, and then Ms. Niedergang.
Thank you, Mayor. And so my question relates to something that's been a concern of mine, not just on this, related to this ordinance, but just in general, including with our new developments that are coming down the road. And that is on the issue of affordability. Is that, I know what our intention is to address the needs of our missing middle. I've heard, I know as all of us have heard, been receiving communication from many in our community who have, there's those in favor and see it as a need and see the how desirable it would be to have these housing options. And I agree on that. But also on what the unintended, possibly the unintended consequences of having possibly developers who may turn a home into a two family home that would still be out of reach for missing our middle income families. I've heard from many in our community who, I'll just use it as an example, someone that reached out to me that for a while now has been struggling with finding housing that is affordable. They started out when Avalon was first built. They started out very happily as a tenant there, and new to our community. This is a single parent. It has a daughter that started out, is in our school district now. But then when the rents were raised, could no longer afford living there, had to find somewhere else, and found other housing that was, it was still in our community, but has found some challenges there because it's an older home with the issues that come with it, with older homes, and would eventually actually has the dream, like many of us, of eventually owning her own home. So having these housing options is actually something that's desirable, but how can we guarantee, what can we do? How can we guarantee that it's actually going to be affordable, whether as a rental or something that's going to be somebody would actually be able to own? How can we ensure that it's going to be within reach? Is there anything that we can do to ensure that? And that is a question. I don't know that there's answers for that, but what can we do to ensure that it is going to be affordable, within reach?
A question
Does anyone want to take a stab at answering that? I mean, I mean, my answer to that is that zoning is a pretty blunt instrument, and that you try to do your best with it. We have our affordable housing program, where if we really want to ensure that we know what's going to be charged, then we can create something as part of the affordable housing program. But I mean, otherwise you can try to encourage smaller homes with the hope that they would be less expensive, but the zoning itself is not setting the price for the home.
Right, I understand that. So what in conjunction with that, what can we be looking at? Because this example that I gave is someone, is a single parent that does not qualify for affordable housing, makes too much, but not enough to of the homes that are, or even townhouses or condos that may be available for sale are still out of reach.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty deep question. I just don't know if we're going to, I don't want to get too sidetracked off of the ordinance for tonight, but go ahead, Ms. Niedergang.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to respond real quickly to Councilwoman Fraga, the law of supply and demand. If there's more supply, hopefully prices go down because there's more supply. I mean, that's what I understand from Econ 101, and that's one of the things that this ordinance is attempting to do, as I understand it. My question is a little bit more specific for Mr. LaPlace, which is I reached out to a number of people on planning board, and the sense I got is that they may have, well, two things. One is that there is a sense that people felt rushed. I think that's not an ideal process. And the other, and this is really an inquiry because I've never served on the planning board, is that while the question that was asked of them was, is this consistent with the master plan? Several people indicated that this was a more narrow question than has often been asked of the planning board. And I'm just asking for some clarification there. Is that the standard question, or are there other issues that the planning board usually attempts to deal with?
Well, actually, at this point in the stage of considering an ordinance, it's really supposed to be a focus, a pretty set focus by the planning board, to take the community master plan, which is the planning board's document, not the council's document, and to see if it is, in fact, what's being proposed is consistent with the goals and objectives that are set forth in the current community master plan. I think planning board members sometimes find that frustrating because understandably they have interests that go beyond land use. They are concerned about affordability and other things like that. But really that's our charge, particularly at this early stage of ordinance review. And so I don't think it was different from any other ordinance we would be taking a look at. I'm sorry, what was the first part of your question? Was it about, I just want to make sure I got it right.
That was pretty much it. There were complaints that the process had been rushed. But again, is that
I can elaborate on? Yeah, the comments in the evening. It's a big issue, and I think everyone would have liked to have as much time as possible to maybe consider it. But sometimes you just have to dive in, and you have to see, does this make sense? Is this worthy of trying? It's been done elsewhere in the country. We know a lot of examples elsewhere in the United States. And I think the sense of some of the planning board members was that how long would we need to take? I mean, it's sort of an unlimited amount of time that, so I think as the conversation evolved that evening, people felt pretty comfortable with moving forward and let's see if this works for Princeton.
Can I expand on Councilwoman Nita Gang's question? Michael, do you foresee any possible dangerous unintended consequences from us voting tonight if we if we didn't do the alternative and give maybe the planning board more time to look at any aspects of this ordinance?
Councilman, I don't think so, because I've been giving this a lot of thought even after our meeting on the 20th. And I know that one of the major concerns is gentrification and possibly these units being more expensive and out of reach of some aspects of the population. But I'm so glad that Councilwoman Nita Gang said it is sort of the law of supply and demand, because I firmly do believe from a planning perspective that the more housing you have, the more opportunities you have possibly for people to find a home and maybe find even home ownership. So, and I'm glad the mayor said that zoning is a blunt tool, because it really is. There's only so much we can control from land use regulations. But I think if you've got more housing stock, you've got more opportunities. I'm pretty comfortable saying that.
If I may add to that answer, I think we also got to be sober about it. Going to what Councilwoman Fraga's concerns, the bottom line is we do live in a market economy, and there are but so many tools we can use to ensure some degree of affordability. We're doing that, as the mayor said, with developing more affordable housing. Here we're helping with the missing middle, but we certainly cannot guarantee that demand to move into Princeton won't be so high that with whatever limited supply we have, that at a certain point prices won't go up on that. I mean, we just have to be candid about it.
Mr. Cohen, and then Ms. Lampros.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to one other aspect of Eve's question, which is that I think in recent ordinance referrals to the planning board, because they were affordable housing ordinances and had concept plans attached to them, it felt different because there was something to look at and respond to in some more detail than there is in the case of this ordinance. So, I think that the feel of the ordinance referrals, the ones they've been getting recently, is quite different from this one, but from a legal standpoint, not really so different. And we did actually encourage the members of the planning board to, make suggestions of more detail of what they were concerned about or what they would like to see changed in the ordinance. And there really wasn't any kind of consensus or even any significant suggestions that were made. So I think that they had an opportunity similar to what they've had on other ordinance referrals.
Can I just mention,
Ms. Sachs?
Yeah, as the other council member who serves on the planning board, that I think we spent 2.5 hours, was it, discussing this? I know that when I looked at the clock, the next hour point was 10 o'clock. So, and it was past 9 o'clock. And so I don't feel like, it didn't feel curtailed to me. There was several hours of discussion. You know, it didn't seem like there were still people who, I think everybody spoke. I mean, it didn't feel like we were shutting down anyone who still had anything to say.
Ms. Pearl-Lambros?
As a member of the subcommittee that had looked at this from the beginning, I also just want to add a couple of things. One is that in terms of rushing, that's why we're doing the amendment now. We did take some additional time to discuss and think about the ownership issue. We didn't want to make that decision or put that forth originally until we had a little bit more time to research it. It is something progressive. It's not that we found it throughout New Jersey. So it is a little bit hard, like Mr. Laplace mentioned, that, you know, we did do some research. And I want to also address Councilwoman Fraga's question, because it's a good question in terms of the affordability. I mean, this is more middle class purchases that we're thinking of missing middle, but the limitation on the size as the auxiliary would be 800 square feet or 25% of the entire FAR. So there is a limitation in terms of the size, which you consequentially should keep the price down. So I wanted to say a few more words about just, you know, why this ordinance amendment addresses the missing middle, and how we see this really giving homeowners really more options and flexibility with the properties that they own today. You know, we clearly live in a very desirable town and our land value is very high, but so I think we have to engage in some progressive strategies if we want to support economic and racial diversity in our town. You know, I spoke to dozens and dozens of residents that agree that we need to do something now to address this issue. And I think that this ordinance amendment really comes and addresses this missing middle housing stock, where home ownership can be available to a wide range of buyers, assure our community maintains and expands socioeconomic diversity. I think that if we continue to only zone for single family homes on large lots, we continue to have a town of McMansions where we're really pricing out the middle income families. And this, I think, addresses things like seniors who want to downsize, families, young professionals who want to buy their first home, people who want to build equity. And so I just think that this amendment is very progressive and forward thinking, a way to add to our housing stock and give our homeowners some flexibility. And I think that we will be really taking the lead, a real leadership in New Jersey if we pass this. So that's my comments.
Ms. Niedergay?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add one thing to what Councilwoman Pearl-Lambros said, which is I think it's important when thinking about this issue is the choice is not between things staying as they are. For example, a number of people have written specifically about the unit on Lay Avenue that was behind the original lawsuit that kind of brought this issue to our attention in a more profound way. But the issue is never going to be that that unit remained for sale at $390,000, if I can't remember the exact price point. The issue is going to be, do you tear that down and build a single family home that sells for 1.2 million? Or do you build two smaller units that may sell for the same price point, even more, but they offer an option? And again, this is by no means affordable housing. By no stretch of the imagination is this affordable housing. But there are people who would like to live in Princeton who might be able to afford a $400,000 dwelling or a $600,000 dwelling, but not an $800,000 dwelling. And this is the demographic that that this is aimed at. And as the mayor said, it's a very blunt tool, but we cannot stop change. That simply doesn't happen. Even if you want to, you can't stop it. And so much of our zoning has racist and classist origins. The idea that single family homes are the proper way to do things is based on exclusionary principles that were developed over a long time. And as Councilwoman Fern Lambers alluded to, this is a very progressive step to move toward something that will allow infill housing, that will allow greater density, that increases environmental sustainability, because instead of taking a lot that's maybe not been built on and chopping all the trees down, you're encouraging people to live in the center of town, which is where people these days want to live. They want smaller units and they want to live in walking distance. And this is one step towards that goal. And again, I mean, if you could stop time, maybe there would be some good things about that, but you can't. So you're just looking at a choice between alternative A and alternative B, and weighing those two alternatives between the $1.2 million McMansion or the $600,000 or $700,000 or $800,000 unit and the $400,000 unit. I will take that option. I think that's a better option.
Okay, I want to make sure we open up the public hearing, but if there's questions from council, I think we should wait because we're probably going to want to make our comments after we hear from folks, but I'll give you the last word, Ms. Sachs, and then I do want to open up the public hearing.
Well, I know there are a lot of questions, and if you want, we can just do it later, but I know there are many questions about the impact on Witherspoon Jackson, and I thought it would be useful to give Councilman Cohen just a moment to touch on that, because I think the general feeling is that the possibilities for this to impact Witherspoon Jackson in any serious way are very minimal and constrained. And so I think as we have the public discussion, I noticed in a lot of the questions that people seem to be, accusing or asking council, why are you doing this to Witherspoon Jackson? And I would say that this ordinance really is about the rest of the community. And if there's any area in the town that is least able to access the benefits or to, experience potential adverse impacts, it's Witherspoon Jackson, because of both the non-conforming, many of the lots being non-conforming, and the historic preservation. So I think just, and then I'll stop, but I mean, really the idea was that some of the desirability that exists in Witherspoon Jackson, that you have smaller lots and it's close to town, we are hoping that this actually will alleviate the pressure on Witherspoon Jackson. So anyway, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Okay. So I'm going to open up the public hearing, and then we'll bring it back to council after the public hearing. So I know people are already starting to raise their hands. I'm going to start with the emails we received, and then we'll take the live comment. And there's a lot of public comment that came in. So I'm going to be reading a lot of public comment. Okay, the first is from Nat Bodenheimer, 26 White Pine Lane. Members of the council, I'm writing to express my support for Ordinance 2020-28 for policies in general that permit the creation of auxiliary dwelling units on single-family properties, and for the purpose of the ordinance to eliminate the requirement that in any such ADU conversion, the principal dwelling and accessory dwelling be in common ownership. Regional Plan Association's recently published report, Be My Neighbor, identifies policies that support ADUs and single-family home conversions as one of a number of needed approaches available to provide needed housing opportunity for households that experience challenges finding safe and affordable housing, and to overcome a widespread legacy in New Jersey of racial exclusion that statistically is highly correlated with intensity of single-family zoning. Ordinance 2020-28 represents a step that would be well within the compass of recommendations made by the Be My Neighbor report, and I eagerly look forward to this ordinance's adoption by Council. The concerns that I have heard raised about flexibility of tenure provisions of this ordinance are, in my opinion, overblown. It is a difficult enterprise to condo a one-family house and/or to live in a two-unit condo. It would take a very hot market for small home ownership units specifically for the concerns raised to be realized. Even so, I'm not sure what the problem would be if the market supported this option. I've heard critics of this ordinance raise concerns about gentrification. This is a legitimate concern for Newark residents, but I have trouble understanding the meaning of the term gentrification in a Princeton context. Gentrification as a term carries a lot of freight. It would be helpful if people who use this word are specific about the precise effects they are concerned about. I also have heard concerns raised about developers making profits. This too I have trouble understanding as an argument, as it is owners of single-family homes who benefit financially from systematic restrictions on new housing production. At best, this concern is irrelevant. Anyone who lives in a house and raises this issue must have forgotten, willfully or not, who built their home in the first place. Are they not benefiting from that developer's work, however sinful or profitable it may have been? Is that the original sin of every home? Extending the question, are contractors who improve homes also wicked? Are homeowners who improve their homes wicked? Allowing separate ownership, as this ordinance contemplates, would provide ownership opportunities for lower income households than currently have ownership opportunities in Princeton, and is consistent with the many signs on Princeton lawns proclaiming, wherever you're from, we're glad you're our neighbor. Importantly, it also provides a more egalitarian alternative to tear down rebuilds. It certainly is no worse than that option. Thank you very much. Next comment comes from Joseph Weiss, 70 Lee Avenue. Mayor and Council of Princeton, this letter is composed in some haste as I only found out about Ordinance 2020-28 yesterday. I live at 70 Lee Avenue. I have lived here for over 28 years. I love my neighborhood, its vibrancy, and its close community of residents. I believe that the proposed Ordinance 2020-28 will have a very negative effect on my neighborhood. Witherspoon-Jackson is already the most dense neighborhood in Princeton. This ordinance will immediately allow much higher density, which will unalterably change the neighborhood and not for the better. It will do so without addressing any of the existing structural deficiencies that already exist in our neighborhood. Too much traffic on narrow streets, not enough parking, overcrowding in some buildings, and higher property taxes that have forced many of my friends and neighbors to move out. It is interesting to note that although many council members have stated this ordinance will probably not have much effect on Witherspoon-Jackson, the very test case that has precipitated this ordinance is a lawsuit filed by Marina Rubina, the owner of 28 Lee. If this ordinance passes, 23 Lee will become a condominium of two separate homes without any on-site parking, almost no open space left on the property, and an FAR granted by variances far in excess of the surrounding homes. It is also unclear to me why Council, having approved a major revision to the ADU ordinances in June, is now just 2 months later amending that ordinance again. By appearances, the impetus for the Second Amendment is in response to the 23 Lee Avenue lawsuit, yet this amendment will have far-reaching implications that will be felt townwide and most acutely in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood. It is an ordinance conceived to address a critical nationwide housing crisis without regard to local considerations. Council should be addressing local concerns and not have the hubris to presume that adding even 5,000 new housing units will even make a dent in the housing crisis or affect the real estate market dynamics that have made Princeton a very expensive place to buy a home. Zoning is supposed to preserve and protect the local character and qualities that make a neighborhood a desirable place to live in. There may be many unintended consequences of this ordinance, which will be irreversible. 1, increased density in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood, already the densest neighborhood in town. 2, increased parking problems on Lee Avenue, which is already heavily stressed. 3, increased traffic and congestion. 4, real estate speculation, such as 23 Lee, that will further escalate property values and taxes. 5, increased overcrowding. To my understanding, the ordinance does not restrict how many occupants can live in an ADU, even if the size is restricted. 6, increased absentee ownership where investors will be able to either sell or rent 2 separate units. I urge you to delay approval of this ordinance until its effects can be studied further and its real impacts on the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood better understood. The next email comes from Kathleen Cassidy, 233 Mount Lucas. Dear Mayor and Council, I am writing in support of the ordinance that will amend the accessory dwelling ordinance passed earlier this year. I'm a strong supporter of efforts to provide different types of housing in our community to families of different sizes and incomes. It is the way to keep Princeton a strong and diverse community. I live on Mount Lucas Road between Jefferson and Ewing, and ours is a very diverse block with new homes that sell for over $1 million and modest homes in many sizes and shapes. There are several small dwellings in the back of larger homes. Today, they would be called accessory dwellings. I owned both the front dwelling and the smaller cottage, and 15 years ago, I sold the front house and created a condo association. This allowed me, after retirement, to remain in Princeton and to get the equity out of my property without moving. I now live in the cottage, and the main house is 2 condos. This ordinance would allow others that option. I want the community to know that a condo association is not difficult to create nor problematic. A clear partnership agreement is all you need. The condo ownership has changed several times and there have been no problems. The property values on the block remain very stable. We have to be open to change in multiple ways to achieve the goal of a diverse community. I commend Council for the introduction of another tool to achieve this end. The next email comes from Kirsten Thoft. To the Princeton Council and Mayor, I live at 45 Linden Lane and have been a Princeton resident for 32 years. I am an architect, builder, and have a real estate license. I'm writing in support of Ordinance 2020-28, amending the definition of accessory dwelling unit in the codes of the borough and the township of Princeton. This amendment would allow the sale of an ADU separate from the larger dwelling unit portion of the property. It would create 2 saleable dwellings where there was 1 before in the same space. These 2 dwellings would each be smaller and therefore less expensive to purchase than the 1 dwelling which they replace. The crux of the discussion tonight is whether creating more rentable units or more saleable units is preferable for the town. I strongly believe that more home ownership, not less, is the key to a diverse, sustainable town. Home ownership helps buyers at all points along the economic spectrum build equity and access credit and provides security. Home ownership is also good for neighborhoods as it increases inhabitants' responsibility for and pride in their properties. The council has already taken the step to normalize ADUs in our zoning code. It should now recognize that there's no good reason to deny middle income buyers a place at the table of home ownership. Next is from Roger Klein, 23 Richard Court. I strongly support the ordinance 2020-28. It's about time to develop ways to make this town more affordable and give homeowners more control financially over their own property. Next is from Mariana Fundator. Dear Mayor and Council, I am writing in support of Ordinance 2020-28. In the memorandum, the Council Subcommittee listed multiple reasons this ordinance is important. The one reason that spoke to me is that this ordinance will allow splitting the allowable floor area on each lot between the 2 units, bringing the real estate market smaller primary dwellings and even smaller and more affordable accessory dwelling units. Next is from Beverly Leach, 293 Witherspoon Street. Dear Mayor and Council, for Monday night's council meeting discussion, I would like to add my endorsement of the amendment to Ordinance 2020-28. As senior citizens and longtime Princeton residents, my husband and I very much favor the flexibility this amendment allows for aging in place. The opportunity to maximize the equity in our property is very attractive to us in whatever way turns out to be best for us by possibly keeping for ourselves the ADU and selling the larger part of our home or vice versa, depending on our eventual circumstances. We also see the intergenerational possibility should, for instance, our grandchildren eventually wish to acquire the larger part of our home as their first house purchase. We also disagree with a comment made at last Friday's planning board hearing that we take more time and not rush this decision. So much good thinking and realistic ideas have already gone into it. Considerations regarding affordable housing, I would add that this plan also ensures, quote, affordable housing into the future for seniors already living here. Regarding positive diversity within the neighborhood, Assurance is already in place to not change the look of the neighborhood by not allowing 2 front doors, etc. And finally, as for the comment that we should hold fast to the old approaches that have always worked in Princeton, the ongoing pandemic shows that we will need to consider new possibilities too. In today's new world, old approaches may no longer be our best option, or at least our only one. Next is from Carolyn Jones, 282 Western Way. I'm writing in wholehearted support of Ordinance 2020-28, the separation of primary and accessory units. This amendment will boost both income and age diversity in our town and will increase the options available to current residents as well as new. This is a creative tool for tackling pervasive inequalities in our community. Thank you for your boldness. Next is from Yelena Barras, 11 Green Street. I am writing to express my support for Ordinance 2020-28. This ordinance will allow more different kinds of people to own property in the Princeton area, increasing diversity of all kinds and reducing the current inequities in access to the town and all that it offers. Thank you for moving to allow the sale of accessory dwelling units. Next is from Jonathan Pillow, 282 Western Way. I'm writing to convey my support for Ordinance 2020-28, which I believe will help combat inequality and increase opportunities for middle-class home ownership. Next is from Stuart Karachi and Rebecca Maynard, 86 Moore Street. We are writing in support of Ordinance 2020-28, amending the codified definition of an accessory dwelling unit. The face of Princeton is being remade by tearing down and rebuilding old housing stock and the recent movement to build large rental developments. Neither movement serves well lower and middle income families that seek home ownership at a reasonable price point on a scale suitable for smaller families, from young singles and couples to aging in place seniors. The proposed ordinance would create new opportunities for such families while preserving, through carefully repurposing, some of Princeton's distinctive housing stock. This ordinance is a win for current property owners, a win for lower and middle income families that seek to become property owners, and a win for the greater preservation of the character of this special municipality. We urge you to vote in support of Ordinance 2020-28. Okay. Next is from Kara Marcano. We support this, and what Marina wants to do seems like a win for everyone. Next is from Jane Manor, 61 Reed Sheaf Lane. Dear Council, I'm writing to express my support for Ordinance 2020-28. If possible, I'd like for my comments to be read during the hearing on the measure. In a time of rapidly growing income inequality and a heightened commitment to addressing racial wealth disparities, such an ordinance is an important and meaningful step. By allowing separate ownership of primary and accessory dwelling units, it will benefit both current property owners and those who would like to own a home in our town but are currently shut out by the high price of real estate. Current owners will be able to access the equity they've built in their homes without having to move, a substantial benefit for seniors who wish to age in place. More people, meanwhile, will have the chance to purchase, not just rent, an affordable home in our town, and thus to build equity, a critical way to make intergenerational wealth transfer more widely possible for lower income residents. And these will not be the measure's only beneficiaries. By facilitating the maintenance and building of modest homes, the ordinance encourages a sustainable pattern of development far more environmentally friendly than our current trend of squeezing new large homes onto small lots. And of course, any measure that addresses Princeton's missing middle home ownership problem is one that helps to keep this town the vibrant and diverse place we all want to live in. In other words, all of Princeton will benefit from this ordinance's passage. Thank you for your work in developing this measure and bringing it to a vote. I strongly encourage you all to give it the support it deserves. Next is from John Heilner, 4 House Circle. I write in opposition to the proposed change in our ADU laws, Ordinance 2020-28. I know that all parties want to do what's best for Princeton. I recognize the need for higher density on our limited spaces. We already have this under the current ADU regulations, which motivate property owners to rent out a portion of their structure or accessory structure to the vast number of people wanting to live in our town, but who cannot afford home ownership. While the owner developer of the property at 23 Lay Avenue says she's providing low-cost housing in the smaller unit there, but only 865 square feet, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, she said over a year ago that it would be priced at $355,000. No doubt when it goes on the market, it will be more likely $400,000 or whatever the market will bear. And of course, there will have to be a monthly condo maintenance fee on top of that to provide for fixing the roof, HVAC equipment, maintaining the lawn, etc. This is not exactly housing that is affordable. The proposed change is all about maximizing developer profits at the expense of affordable accessory rental units, which provide some income for the property owner, especially older folks who have lived in their homes for many years without driving property prices through the ceiling. If the proposed ordinance is passed, you can bet that the trend toward tearing down homes on small lots all over town will only accelerate. Instead of building a reasonably sized and price structure, developers will be even more motivated to build multi-unit condos, occupying every square foot of the property possible under our other regulations, FAR setbacks, etc. And pretty soon they will want variances from these regulations as well. Just as the developer of 23 Lee has, as she pursued her project over the last 2 years. In effect, the proposed change will accelerate gentrification in our most sensitive parts of town, for example, the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood and the Tree Streets. As I understand it, this is by no means settled New Jersey case law. The Turpak decision does not apply to this situation. Moreover, at last week's planning board meeting, the planning board counsel, when asked, said that they had not yet looked into whether Ms. Rubino's lawsuit had any merit under the law, and this item was added to the planning board agenda just a couple days before the planning board meeting, giving town residents almost no time to attend the meeting and weigh in with their thoughts. I urge council to reject this proposed further revision to our ADU law, which has served us so well over many decades and has already undergone important changes in the last few months, or at least hold public meetings with plenty of advance notice and outreach so that the voices of many more Princeton residents may be heard. Thank you for your consideration. Next is from Maya Aronoff. I would like to comment in favor of the resolution to allow people to split large homes into smaller duplexes that will allow lower income people to purchase homes. Research shows that this is an extremely effective affordable housing policy that can reduce racial wealth gaps and increase housing stability. We just have to make sure this doesn't drive up property taxes rents for current low income residents. Okay, there's actually more that has come in over email, but I think I'm sick of listening to my own voice. So I wanted to open it up to people who have their hands up, and then I'm going to close the public hearing from those comments, but finish reading the emails that have come in the interim, and then we'll bring it back to council. So I'm going to go in order of the folks on my screen, and we'll start with Maria Huega. And you can speak now.
Good evening.
Hi.
I want to speak in support of the ordinance. I think it would benefit people like myself, retire older homeowners on a fixed income, and give us the added option of remaining in place as opposed to being forced to sell our older, smaller, more modestly priced homes due to the inability to keep up with the ever-increasing taxes and upkeep costs. I live in what is being termed Tear Down City around the Princeton shopping center. I have seen many homes like mine disappear gradually from our streets, and it seems like this trend is never ending. Furthermore, this year, the homestead tax credits and senior property tax freeze, which have provided some relief in the past to middle-income households like mine, have been suspended because of the fiscal crisis in New Jersey. The budget has not been passed, and until that happens and the money is appropriated, these credits and rebates will not happen. And obviously, since the parent crisis is not likely to be cured anytime soon, the survival of these tax reliefs into the future is also in question. This ordinance is going to give seniors like myself the added option of sharing the ownership of our property use the proceeds to pay off any existing mortgage, perhaps do some necessary modifications to increase in-home accessibility as we age, and not having to worry so much about dwindling retirement savings. One added advantage is also being able to share the upkeep of common areas going forward with new neighbors. But the more important aspect of the ordinance would be that it will be one more policy tool that facilitates the expansion of new, modern, more energy efficient, reasonably priced homes that require no additional infrastructure and open the door to a population that currently can't afford to live in Princeton. Talking about young working adults, middle-class families, other seniors who are downsizing, etc. And the demographics of this population is likely to be more diverse in terms of its economic, ethnic, and cultural mix as compared to our current population, which skews mostly white with dramatically above average household incomes. So I would think that this ordinance would reaffirm our town's commitment to be a more fair, diverse, and sustainable community, and I strongly urge you to vote in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, I'd like to invite Zenon Tacharni, and I just, before Zenon starts, I just wanted to say, if you submitted a comment in writing, then I would ask that you not also ask to speak in person, because it's just, there's a lot of folks who want to talk tonight. So if you sent in a comment, then that will be your comment. So
okay.
Thank you. So go ahead, Zenon.
Okay, great, thank you. Well, I just want to clarify that I didn't submit comment in writing. So
right, yeah, no, that was not, it was not aimed at you.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to, I guess, well, first of all, I'm the Environmental Commission rep on the Planning Board, but I guess speaking on behalf of myself, I just want to clarify.
Can you speak just a little bit louder?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify my stance about the issue, because at the August 20th meeting, Planning Board meeting, it might have seemed as though I might have had mixed feelings about this change. I didn't feel strongly about it. I mean, I think that for a lot of people on the Planning Board, you know, it was a lot to kind of take in, and there was, you know, certain emails and comments made during the meeting that, you know, made the implications of the changes seem pretty significant. But I think that after thinking about it some more and doing a little bit more research about this kind of nuanced issue, I just want to make it clear that I do very much support this change, and I believe that it will have a positive impact on the town. You know, I've learned that removing that owner occupancy requirement is in fact a very progressive best practice in planning, and something we should absolutely do in Princeton. Cities like Portland, Austin, Seattle, Madison, all have gone away with this requirement. As Nat mentioned earlier, the RPA just recently released a report about ADUs, which the RPA is the Regional Plan Association, which is one of the thought leaders in planning in the New York metro area, but also worldwide. And so this report is called Be My Neighbor. And in it, it specifically states that municipalities in our region should update their zoning and other relevant local ordinances to make it easier to create ADUs and conversions. Incentives like for good design and accessibility should be included, and strict standards like occupancy or dimensional criteria should be relaxed. Also, owner occupancy requirements limits owner occupancy requirements are actually classist, in that they only allow people with the financial means to create ADUs. By removing this owner occupancy requirement, it actually allows an owner to get a loan to be able to develop or you know, make renovations on a property through appraisal. So that's an important thing. Also, actually, another recent study from 2019 in Nashville states that actually making this type of change will not have an impact on historic districts, and they do kind of a review of all the different cities that have done this. And so it also makes for tricky situations. Having this requirement makes for tricky situations where, if an owner moves, if there's that requirement, then they might have to evict the renter. What happens if an elderly owner moves and the relative moves in, then it's no longer owner occupied. So it just adds for more complication. And finally, it's more environmentally sustainable. That's my role at the planning board. And I think that density, allowing people to have car-free lifestyles, walkable lifestyles, is probably one of the most important things in terms of environmental sustainability you can do. And so, as I mentioned during the planning board meeting, at the end of the day, whatever happens, it's all speculative, whether you're for or against it. But removing this owner occupancy requirement is planning best practices, and I believe it will have a positive impact on the town. So, thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Next, I'm calling on Dozier Hammond.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Dozier Hammond, 87 Lee. I'm live in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood. And I'm speaking for myself and not for the boards and committees on which I serve. The proposed change in ADU 2020-28 could have negative consequences for the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood. And I know this has been discussed by a number of other people, but I'd still like to go into it further. It should be more fully researched before a decision is made. I support ADUs in all of Princeton as a way for residents to make extra money for taxes and or to be able to stay in their homes as they age. The increased density is also fine. And I think people have brought up tonight about perhaps we need a way to fund people who want to be able to create an affordable unit in their thing. If they don't have the means to get a loan, we should be able to encourage loans so people can fix up their places for ADU. I'm adding that to my comments. I understand there are legal issues and there are arguments in favor of the change, but allowing the sort of development that could occur with this change can lead to inflating housing prices at the lower end of the Princeton housing spectrum. And the example of 23 Lee, which has been talked about before, is illustrated of this. A 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,344 square foot house was bought in 2017 for $390,000. It is currently listed on Zillow unimproved as worth $432,000. And it's now going to be converted into a 2-unit house, a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,555 square foot unit priced at $750,000, though I think I've also heard that it may be more like $800,000 or $850,000. And then the 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom, 865 square foot unit priced at $350,000. A family of 3 or 4 that could pay $432,000 for a 3-bedroom house in my neighborhood will now pay $750,000 or more. They will get an updated house with 211 more square feet, but they will be from a substantially higher income level, while another relatively affordable unit in Princeton is gone. The smaller unit will only fit a single person or childless couple, and it costs almost as much as the original 3-bedroom house did it in 2017 or even now. If a significant number of houses in Witherspoon Jackson and perhaps other neighborhoods are converted this way, the town will lose much of the lower end of its housing market. It will probably also inflate the prices in the neighborhood faster than would have occurred otherwise. This would lead to an accelerated increase in taxes, which is another burden on our residents and force more of them to sell. Again, I understand that there are legal issues and these other arguments, but addressing the missing middle should not come at the expense of Princeton homeowners who have incomes below that level. I urge the council to postpone the vote, even if only for a few weeks, in order to study it further and get more input. Again, I am in favor of ADUs. I hope we develop more of them in town. I'm in favor of more density and increasing things, but I think we have to watch out for the lower middle class who are not in affordable housing, but still are somehow able to hang on in Princeton. I think this will lead to less of that. Thank you very much, Dozier Hammond.
Thanks, Dozier. Next is Matt Lesko.
Hello, Mayor Limpert and members of the council. I support this ordinance amendment, and I'll explain why we all should, but I'd like to start with what I believe we all agree on. Most, if not all of us in this meeting tonight want Princeton to be an affordable place for all. All of us probably recognize the intense housing cost pressures in Princeton and the lack of both affordable and middle income housing as well, which limits the diversity of our town. Finally, it seems to me that most of us recognize that ADUs are a good thing and a good way of promoting middle income housing. The problem is, as great as ADUs sound, the entire building process, including permitting, construction, etc., can cost well over $100,000. The current owner occupancy rules mandate that whoever owns the principal dwelling unit must also own the ADU. That leaves homeowners facing increasing housing unaffordability, but who are interested in ADUs with a few limited options. They could try to finance it themselves, but that's likely out of reach for a lot of households of more modest means. They could rent out the ADU and help finance it if the lending agreement allows for it. However, many households and homeowners are likely not interested in becoming a landlord. Moreover, because they would be a landlord of just one unit, they might not be subject to some landlord-tenant laws. What's more likely to happen is that they'll sell their entire lot and move, most likely outside of Princeton. What often happens in this situation is the incoming household is wealthier, opts to demolish the existing housing unit, and builds a much bigger house. This eliminates another moderately priced home from the housing stock and replaces it with a unit unaffordable to most households in Princeton. If the owner of a lot with an ADU wants to sell, again, they would have to sell the entire property to one owner, which would almost certainly be upwards of $1 million in the Princeton market. Only very wealthy households could afford a lot like that. This amendment helps unlock the potential of ADUs in a number of ways. For one, it allows homeowners facing cost pressures, particularly seniors on a fixed income, to essentially sell a portion of their lot for someone else to build and own the ADU. They could use the proceeds to help pay off their mortgage or otherwise pay property taxes and the like, allowing them to stay in Princeton. At the same time, it adds another moderately priced unit to Princeton's housing stock. This is a housing unit that is more likely to be within reach to households typically blocked from home ownership. Or if the unit is rented out, it's one more relatively affordable apartment, something also seriously lacking in Princeton. Finally, while this amendment doesn't necessarily have any direct effect on the stock of affordable housing, if enough ADUs are developed, they prevent households with greater means from filtering down and occupying housing that would otherwise be affordable to households of lesser means, thereby reducing gentrification pressures. This is not fiction. Plenty of research confirms it. The problem is it's not enough on its own, which underscores the need to build more low-income and moderate-income housing. The two are not mutually exclusive. But don't just take my word for it. Regional Plan Association, a collection of housing and planning experts in the tri-state area, unambiguously recommend doing away with these kinds of owner occupancy restrictions. A Seattle city alderman also cited a study that projects more ADU construction and fewer home teardowns by removing similar owner occupancy requirements. I recognize fears that this amendment will encourage gentrification, but this amendment is designed to do the opposite. Remember, ADUs are already allowed, so there's nothing currently stopping someone from building an ADU on their lot and raising property values in the neighborhood, or doing this without an ADU altogether through a teardown project. In other words, the status quo does nothing to prevent gentrification. This rule change simply levels the playing field and allows households of more modest means to take part in ADU development. The more middle-income housing we develop, the more affordable we make Princeton. Eliminating the owner occupancy requirement removes a key hurdle towards increasing the middle-income housing supply and reducing cost pressures. I'd like to end with the sentiment I started with. All of us here want to improve housing options and affordability in Princeton. This amendment is a good step towards doing that, but more needs to be done beyond this in the future. And I look forward to all of us finding those solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Michael Floyd.
Okay. Could I go ahead now?
You're
You hear
on.
me?
Yep, we can
Okay,
hear you
thank you.
loud and clear.
Thank you. I think all this conversation is something that shouldn't be done in one night. And I do support stepping back and having more dialogue on this. my stomach gets a little tight when I hear about how it's going to address income inequality and how it's going to help racial diversity. I mean, we all know who's going to get these houses because they would be so high priced. The income inequality is not going to be overcome. It's a great goal, but in reality, it's going to be homogeneous. I don't understand that one speaker who questioned why someone would bring up gentrification, because it doesn't happen in Princeton. Regarding the planning board meeting, I got the impression, and I'm glad that Zenon actually took the evening to think about it, because yeah, people were looking for more time, was my impression at the planning board. And they didn't want to talk it out, even though they talked for a long time, but to come to conclusions, at the planning board meeting. That I thought was the push. The Lee Avenue house was not going to get torn down. The lot's too narrow. Building an addition is the smart way to go there. Plus, it's historic preservation. So Ms. Niedergang saying it saves it from being torn down. A lot of houses in John Witherspoon won't get torn down, but they will get additions built onto the back that will make the units less affordable. Ms. Fraga mentioned or asked about affordability. For who? We talk about the missing middle, but middle is very wide. And this will only help a small portion of the missing middle, the top part of it. It will miss most of the missing middle. And I think this is overemphasized, this solution for the missing middle. Unintended consequences, Mr. Williamson asked about, and I think you should get more feedback on that. And a quick question to the planner doesn't do it. I think you could probably ask the zoning officer who has dealt with this municipality and with zoning and with developers, could give you some pros and cons, and the cons would be more than you've received so far. I just suspect you don't have a lot of memos regarding what are the downsides. And I'm speaking to individual council people. Maybe the Affordable Housing Committee, discussed it a little bit, but now John Witherspoon, people have already said enough that it threatens John Witherspoon. So I don't think I need to add to that. This will not stop tear downs in Princeton. Where there are full-size lots in many, many neighborhoods and undersized buildings, because people didn't build big buildings even if they had a lot of land. There's a lot of neighborhoods in Princeton. They will still suffer tear downs. This will have no effect on that. And I think that's overemphasized too as a justification to go with this ownership with ADUs. It will give an added financial incentive to developers, and they will use it and they will price it as high as they can price it. I think lastly, I just like to say, there's other neighborhoods that are going to be impacted that actually already have ADUs in them, some legal, some illegal. And I think for the most part, they provide modest rentals. And this will start eating away at those. And yes, it'll provide housing for the small part of the missing middle, but most people will miss out on this. I think the arguments for this are overemphasized, and I think the cons or the unintended consequences are under-researched. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Next, Cecilia Tazalar. Cecilia?
I had a little connectivity issue. I'm here on behalf of the Princeton Historic Preservation Commission. We had written and sent over a memo earlier today, and I don't know whether at this late date if council members had received it or not, how you would like to handle that. We only learned of this change in the ordinance from a rental to homeownership last week. So we came in very late in the process. So I do have a memo. Do you have it, and do the council members have it? Have you been able to read it? Do you want me to speak to it, or is the fact that it's been submitted?
We read it, but there seemed to be there were a lot of, there seemed to be some significant misunderstandings about what the ordinance is. The memo, it seemed that whoever wrote the memo was unclear about some aspects of the ordinance. I don't have it in front of me right now, but
well,
it was received, and I think that we can we'll definitely. I'm not sure if it's up on the website as part of the packet, but we can include it in the documents when we have the minutes.
Okay, I would like to have an opportunity just to respond to the comment about misunderstandings. Could you perhaps be a little bit more specific about that? Or perhaps there was a statement saying that separate ownership would require completely separate entrances, and how that would be dealt with in terms of the building and the streetscape is something that will have to be carefully reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission. Was that maybe what you were thinking?
I don't want to get into a big back and forth during the public comment.
All right.
I think it was just, so if I could just summarize, I think it's that the change in the ordinance tonight is really about whether this accessory dwelling unit is a rental or whether it can also be something that's for sale. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the with what would normally be under the Historic Preservation Commission's review, because it doesn't have to do with the design. Whether it's a rental or for sale doesn't really have to do.
I do think that I think that any change like that is going to create a demand for development and construction, which will have an impact on the Historic Commission and the 21 historic districts within Princeton. So I respectfully would disagree. I think that.
Oops. I think that was a connection problem. So we'll come back to Cecilia if she gets back on. Next is former Mayor Yana Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Lampert and Council. I'm writing to object to yet another proposed amendment to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. The ADU concept has been discussed for many years before consolidation and was integrated into the mandatory review of the Regional Master Plan reevaluation process about 15 years ago. And while RPA has issued a recent document, the ADU phenomenon has been implemented in many West Coast municipalities since the late 1990s, to varying effects, however. In response to what were recommendations from our own citizens to consider such ordinances years ago, the consolidated town of Princeton has now abandoned the basic goals of an ADU. And those goals were to allow for owner occupants to create an income generating rental opportunity by either living in the primary or the accessory unit as their residence for long-term sustainable living in hopes of aging in place. If, as RPA regional organization, contends that ADUs should be used to address needs for integrating racial integration and providing diverse and affordable housing opportunities in majority white neighborhoods, that goal is being subverted in Princeton, especially in its already dense and diverse neighborhoods. The subject property that's led to this discussion, 23 Lee, as has been stated by Dozier Ham, and I thank him because he presented the case around which you're basically using as your model that if a unit sold, a single family home sold for $390,000, but then is permitted to have an accessory unit, but is then granted the opportunity for 2 for sale units, the smaller accessory unit is being sold for $350,000, and a family can't live in that. That is primarily a single person or couple. And the larger unit, much more expensive. So this is nothing more than a zoning change to create 2-family zoning throughout a neighborhood, thus intensifying for the purpose of then converting to condominiums, using those single family lots in those neighborhoods for maximum profit. While I favor the owner occupancy aspect to the ADU and ADUs in general, citing the a precedent as a supposed decision in the Turpak case, which deemed a requirement as outside of municipal land use law, or a use, not the who and the how, that isn't consistent with many special provisions for age, income, disabilities, affordability, etc., that are indeed permitted by land use ordinances. Many have read the Turpak case. Independent attorney reviews question whether the Turpak decision aligns with Princeton at all, even as it previously stood with owner occupancy and other types of requirements. That decision alone could have devastating effects on any neighborhood that seeks the stability of a reasonable balance between long-time vested interests of homeowners, the short and long, the varying objectives and results from short and long-term renters, the limits of the household type in a small condo, as I stated before, and then the affordability of each of those tenure types. And what the council is considering tonight is whether to open the floodgates to allow anyone, including a developer, to purchase a single family home, add an accessory unit, then turn the 2 units into condominiums for sale. Inherent in that transition is the elimination of the primary and secondary unit relationship to both the housing and supply, affordability, and zoning law. Without a deed restriction, the so-called affordable objectives cannot be expected, and they can obviously be traded in the marketplace without constraint. The unfortunate but deceptive misuse of that term, affordability, has been on a relative affordability basis as compared to the price of a single family owner occupied unit. The goal of affordability is no longer enforceable function in what the ordinance considered years ago, using lower cost housing in the most dense neighborhood to provide higher income housing, and that is the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood, is not what any ADU in the nation ever conceived. Don't be fooled by the moniker, as this is not progressive. It is indeed regressive. It is urban renewal removal just by another name. I want to also say on behalf of the neighborhood that it will defend itself in what is an incursion by the council's intent to serve the interests of a developer, and will take all of the administrative and legal remedies it needs in order to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And I saw that Cecilia was able to come back on, so I wanted to let you finish your comment.
Yes, sorry, I think I'm having just Wi-Fi difficulties, and I don't know where I was cut off. I just appreciate your reviewing our memo. We do feel that the creation of the condominiumization, or allowing both units to be sold does have an impact on the historic districts. I mean, certainly the creation of the ADUs last summer did, but this just, I think, increases the demand to make these kinds of alterations, and that there are just a lot of issues that we would have liked to have had a chance to discuss and review, maybe work with the council in developing some design guidelines. We have 20 historic districts, not just Witherspoon Jackson. So we're all over the community, and there's, potential impact everywhere. So while we certainly support the desire to create a more diverse, affordable community, we really do feel that this requires further study. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Kim Dorman?
Hi, I thought I was going to be a lot longer before I started speaking. Sorry, I just put my headphones in, so it's better. I appreciate all of the thought that people are putting into trying to find ways to make Princeton accessible for as many people as possible. I can't speak to whether this is I endorse or don't endorse this, but I guess what I wanted to bring up is that it seems to me that this feels very rushed to me. I thought perhaps I had just missed something, which was very possible, but this seems to be a reoccurring comment, and from people who would be in the know that this was brought up quickly. And I guess I just don't really understand why the process needs to be so quick. If it's as wonderful as everybody is who's for it is saying, then I think that if we had the kind of meetings that people like Dozier and others have suggested, then we could get some more people to agree with this. But I just, for all it seems like another ongoing conversation is, we work on things for years and we can't get the word out. I think we have a wonderful opportunity to get the word out and have really meaningful conversations about this. And I would just like to have a stay on moving this through without further discussion.
Okay, thanks, Kim. Next is Sam Bunting.
Hi, good evening. This is Sam Bunting, 99 Dempsey Avenue. Thanks for listening to my comment tonight. I wanted to speak in support of the proposed ADU ordinance. I think this ordinance provides a plausible path to creating middle-class housing in Princeton, something which is sorely lacking. If you're a young family or a downsizing senior looking for a modest, low-cost home in Princeton, there's almost nothing available. I think of one of my neighbors. They're a single-parent family, and they would love to buy something in Princeton, but it's just so hard with just one salary, even when you have a good professional job. So instead, they're still renting in their mid-40s, and they're also teachers, junior police officers who are struggling to find somewhere to buy in Princeton. And I don't really see what we're doing to address this problem. Other Democratic-run places, like in Oregon and Minnesota, are making wholesale zoning changes to try to make it easier to build more modest, reasonably priced homes, such as duplexes and triplexes. Expecting middle-class people to live somewhere else is not good enough. We really owe it to middle-income people to try to find something to address their needs. The median home price in Princeton is now $778,000, and that is going to get worse if we don't take action. Existing homes are getting boutique additions or replaced by McMansions. ADUs provide an alternative, and I think we should do all we can to incentivize them. I guess the question is this ordinance the right approach, or is it going to produce unintended consequences? I don't fully know the answer to that, and I genuinely appreciate some of the concerns that are being presented by opponents of the ordinance. But it seems to me that in any particular location, smaller homes with less land are going to be less expensive than larger homes with more land. And people say, let's wait and do some more studies. But while we are doing that, people are going to be cut out of owning in Princeton. And Who knows how long these studies are going to take? Princeton hasn't really added any significant amount of modest owner-occupier housing since Griggs Farm was built in the 1980s. Those of us born in the 1980s and 1990s can quite reasonably ask, why have you done so little to create a pipeline of more reasonably priced homes? I think you should enact the ordinance and see what happens. Ask Mr. Laplace to track what happens, and if things turn out badly, you can just repeal it next year. My guess is that the requirement to set up a condo arrangement is likely to limit how common this form of ownership is going to be. And we may actually need to do more to solve the problem of missing middle housing. This ordinance by itself may not be enough, and to that end, I hope we can build on the lively conversation that this ordinance has sparked and do a full re-examination of the community master plan to discuss more fully how we can create a more inclusive town in an equitable fashion. But enacting this ordinance now seems to me like a good place to start. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Kip Cherry.
My concern is that I think we're all in agreement right now that affordable housing is not going to come out of this. The marketplace in Princeton is very high and going higher all the time. And so the question really is going to single ownership of a property the way to go? What are the unintended consequences of that? And I'm very concerned, particularly for our historic districts, that having accessory dwelling units on the same property that are owned by someone else is going to create a lot of problems, a lot of legal problems, a lot of maintenance problems, and a lot of problems regarding responsibility. So I have a great concern about going in that direction. And I think that our single ownership has worked actually quite well until this point. And I think that with historic properties in particular, when you have someone committed to maintaining a property because they understand and care about its history, when you have an accessory dwelling unit on the same property, that unit really doesn't carry much historic importance to anyone. The owner has essentially sold it to someone else, and that new person doesn't have any particular commitment because they don't know the history of the property. In that particular unit probably doesn't have that much history, but it's part of the whole history of the property and part of the context of the main housing unit on the property. So I'm very concerned that we're going to have a lot of problems with maintenance, a lot of deterioration in all of our neighborhoods, and particularly in our historic areas. I'm also very concerned that this is all happening as a response to litigation. And that litigation is creating timing for us. And I have a lot of questions regarding the litigation itself and its validity. And I'm very concerned that we're being pressured and that the council is being pressured to come up with a quick answer by the plaintiff, and that is not the way to settle litigation. This is too important. This involves our entire community. So I am opposed to this change. I think we need a lot more consideration of the implications of this change. I think it is a major change. And I think that the circumstances of the change are very adverse. I think there's a lack of public process because until last week, I didn't have any idea that this was happening because of a requirement of litigation. So I hope that you will not approve this change at this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Kip. Next is Virginia Kerr.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know I sent a letter, but you didn't read it, Liz, and I'm going to try to get through it quickly. I want to second Kip's concerns and Yaina's concerns and Dozier and Joe Weiss and Michael Floyd. I think this ordinance will have deleterious consequences, particularly for the historic neighborhoods, Jackson, Witherspoon neighborhoods. And I'm also really concerned about the timing. because as I realized when this ordinance was introduced a couple of weeks ago, in reading the attorney's memo, the rationale, the primary rationale seemed to be, was that making this change would resolve all of the remaining claims in the litigation involving 23 Lee Avenue. And it seemed to me that settling a lawsuit is not a defensible planning rationale. And even though apparently this has been under discussion for a while, I don't think that a lawsuit should accelerate the timetable, and particularly not in this time when public participation is so circumscribed by the pandemic that we're in. And it would be one thing if New Jersey law were clear on the issue, but the reality is that New Jersey law, in my opinion, is not only not clear, but simply doesn't support the argument that Princeton cannot authorize ADUs without at the same time dispensing both with an owner occupancy requirement and with a single ownership that is implicit in the very concept of an accessory unit. It's a really radical idea. But that is the aggressive position that's being pushed in this litigation. I pointed out in emails to Mr. Cohen and Ms. Sachs that I don't think the case that's involved here, the Turpak case, other people have mentioned it, can be read to establish that New Jersey law requires an ordinance to eliminate owner occupancy requirements and permit divided ownership. Turpak involved an owner occupancy requirement for rental of a regular duplex. And the court found that the requirement impermissibly discriminated against renters and wrongfully predicated the use of the property on the identity of the occupants. Now, we have already eliminated the owner occupancy requirement in the ADU ordinance, but more to the point, the Turpak court distinguished cases upholding ordinances requiring owner occupancy in the context of accessory dwelling units. It did not have anything to do with ADU ordinances, and Turpak had nothing to say about single or common ownership in that context. It did state that zoning concerns the regulation of land use and not with the person who owns or occupies the land, but the New Jersey courts in other settings have made clear that the zoning power can extend beyond uses so long as the rules substantially further a legitimate zoning purpose, and there are not there for exclusionary or improper reasons. Now, we've already passed an ADU ordinance, which I think is a good thing, and we've eliminated the owner occupancy requirement, which I also think is a good thing, and keeping it as an ordinance that maintains the traditional concept of accessory, which is single ownership, furthers the interest in increasing the pool of rental housing. So I think this does further a legitimate zoning purpose. There are also studies out there showing that ADU units rent for lower than market rates, and increasing housing opportunities, particularly for affordable rentals, is without doubt a recognized legitimate goal of zoning. I don't think that eliminating the owner occupancy requirement makes the common ownership requirement harder to defend. And so far as I can tell, other jurisdictions, and Portland, Oregon is one, that have eliminated owner occupancy have nevertheless retained the single ownership requirement. And it seems to me that many zoning ADU ordinances assume common ownership, since they define an ADU as an accessory to a primary dwelling. So I would think at the very least, before eliminating the common ownership requirement, council would at least perhaps like to have some information about communities in the western part of the country that are ahead of us on ADU zoning, to see if there is some place that has actually done what we're about to do, to maybe get an idea of what that would accomplish. So in sum, I think this zoning change should be, or this change in the ordinance should not be adopted this evening. It will have broad ramifications for all zoning districts in Princeton. And I think that those ramifications should be examined more fully with the benefit of insights from other jurisdictions, and at a time when people are not dealing with a pandemic. And in response to Councilwoman Fraga's question about affordability, I would note that there are some ordinances, I think in the West Coast, that have experimented with affordability controls in the context of ADU zoning. And I think the only way that affordability can be assured is to put some controls in, because if it's left to the free market, I believe that we're basically going to end up with increased housing prices, and the effects will be worse in the Witherspoon-Jackson neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to flip back over now to finish the written comments that we received. And I think there's just one last, which is from Valerie Haynes, 223 Mount Lucas Road. I support
Mayor, can I just interrupt for 1 sec? There was an email from Shirley Satterfield that I
and then I
forwarded.
received another one withdrawing it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben.
I support the amendment to this ordinance, which would remove the current requirement that both principal and accessory dwellings on a lot be owned by the same individual or entity. The current ADU ordinance allows speculative ownership of properties containing ADU units by absentee landlords who will rent both units, but does not allow individual ownership of the principal and accessory units. There are many existing condominiums in single-family districts in Princeton. On these lots, 2 or more homes are individually owned, but a condo association formed by the property owners manages the common areas. Prominent examples include Constitution Hill with 4 apartments within the historic manor house, and Guernsey Hall with 5 separate condominiums. Many other properties in both the former borough and former township are condominiums. Often creating a condominium allows preservation of existing properties that would otherwise have difficulty finding a buyer. The proposed amendment to the ADU ordinance under consideration tonight will provide opportunities for home ownership for young families buying their first home, as well as for downsizing residents who wish to remain in Princeton. It will also allow property owners to realize a portion of the equity in their property without moving away. Under a condominium arrangement, neither party has the burden of being a landlord. One of the goals of the Princeton Master Plan's housing element, adopted just last month, is to promote creation of a range of owner-occupied and rental housing types, price, and rents to create culturally and economically diverse neighborhoods. Approval of this amendment to the ADU ordinance will further that goal. Okay. And oh my gosh. Okay, there's more emails I haven't read. Yeah, Deb, could you email that to me again? Because I'm not sure I have the, if I have the most updated list. I'm gonna look real quick, but if you have it, if you're listening right now, if you can send it to me, that would be helpful.
We have a little pause here. I was just going to say to Virginia that I was just looking online and Portland does allow for separate sales of ADUs. I was just looking at a step-by-step guide of how you create it, sell it separately. So I'm going to send that to you, Virginia.
Okay, yeah, these are comments from Shirley Satterfield, but she asked for those to be withdrawn and not read into the record. So I think I've read everything.
Shirley's been raising and then lowering her hand. I think she might have withdrawn her email so that she could speak in person.
Oh, great. Okay, super.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but on the one email that I sent you, you would need to start on page 6 for Maya Aronoff.
Yeah, I think I read her comment already.
And then there were 4 pages of emails after hers.
Why am I not? Oh, I'm sorry, because it wasn't yellow. That's why I was just skipping to where it was yellow. Okay. Sorry. All right. Yep. Okay, so this is from Yana Moore already spoke. Virginia Kerr already spoke. Okay, this is from the Mercer Hill Historic District Association, Tom Chapman, President, Nora Kerr, member of the board, John Kerr, legal advisor. We are writing to express our serious concern about the proposed ordinance 2020-28, amending the definition of accessory dwelling units in the borough and township codes. The ordinance removes the requirement that accessory dwelling units be owned by the principal owner of the property. It would allow 2 owners of one current tax parcel, and so would inevitably result in subdivision. We are concerned about the implication of this proposed legislation. There is no mention of how such properties would be subdivided or if they would in effect be condominiumized. How would this be regulated? Is this simply a backdoor way to subdivide without zoning board approval? It is also unclear how the accessory dwelling units could be expanded, what the height restrictions and setbacks would be, and what other impact there might be on neighboring properties. A garage, for example, could be converted into an independently owned but now larger dwelling unit, presumably with all property rights of a new owner. If the intention is to expand the number of affordable housing units in town, this amendment doesn't necessarily lead to that result. Some properties could be developed by resident owners or non-resident owners without any affordable housing benefit. The loss of garage space to create such accessory dwelling units and the addition of new residents requiring parking would also have a negative impact on the town and increase pressures for on-street overnight parking. This ordinance could very well have a major impact on our historic neighborhoods. On behalf of the Mercer Hill Historic District Association, we oppose the approval of this amendment and urge you to reject it or send it back for further study.
In your crate.
Right, I think I've read everything. And then there's Mickey who'd like to speak also. You can go ahead. You just unmute yourself to speak. You need to unmute yourself if you want to speak. Okay. I think we're going to have to move on. All right. So is there anybody else who'd like to, oh, there you go. I think, nope. Oh my gosh. Okay. George Stein will give you the last word, and then I'm going to close the public hearing.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to speak in support of this amendment to ordinance 2028. If for the reasons that it does enhance missing middle. It provides additional options for different types of housing. And the main point I'd like to make that hasn't been made, I don't think, perhaps in the way I intend to make it, is if you look at some of the places in the town where there already are condos or split ownerships, and I'm thinking specifically of Jefferson, I don't see people complaining about the horrible effect on the neighborhood, on traffic, or any other thing. Those are highly sought after locations. And I think more of the same would be a major benefit to the people in Princeton, present and future. And that's essentially what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your succinct statement too. Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing. I want to thank everybody who spoke and bring it back to council for some further discussion. And, you know, I think that we've heard really a lot on both sides of this issue. And then we've also heard some calls for not acting tonight. So turn it over to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to make a big speech and try to make the entire case for this ordinance, but I do want to raise 3 issues that I think are specifically related to this change in the ownership regulations and tell why I think it's a real benefit. So one of the reasons is we've been hearing a lot about, or not hearing a lot about, but Councilwoman Fraga talked about her friend who experienced rising rents, which made it so much, made it hard for her to continue to find affordable housing in Princeton. I want to make the point that home ownership, one of the big advantages of home ownership is that it insulates residents against rising rents. If you're a renter, as the market goes up, your cost of living goes up. It's just unavoidable. But if you own your house, your mortgage payments do not go up. Yes, your taxes can go up. But I think that ownership is a real insulator against rising rents. And so I think that's one of the reasons why I'm really in favor of trying to make ownership easier. The second thing that I think is a really undeniable benefit is that one of the major demographic groups that we're hoping to serve with this is seniors who want to age in place. And I think that for seniors, the burdens of being a landlord are really significant. For the maintenance of a home, and the maintenance of a rental unit, the collection of rent, the dealing with difficult tenants are exponentially increased as you get older and less able to deal with them. So I think that the ability for a senior to actually divest of a piece of their property to help keep living in Princeton affordable is a much, much more realistic way to try to provide for seniors who are looking to age in place. And then the third thing that I wanted to mention is about the accessibility of the ADU option for people at different income levels. Now, I know that it's not, the units that are created are not going to be affordable for people to come in and buy, but for existing homeowners who are trying to stay in their home, it's going to be a lot easier to access some of the capital in their home, maybe with a home equity loan, make a conversion to create the ADU, and then pay off the home equity loan and realize the income in one fell swoop than it is to find the resources somewhere to create an ADU and then just gradually use that money, the monthly rental income, to help support living in place. So I think that for those three reasons, so for that reason, I think that people, when we have only rental ADUs, it's going to be much more only accessible to people who are already in the upper middle to upper class. Only those kinds of people are going to be able to create those ADUs and sustain living with them. I think that this ownership provision actually makes the ability to access the benefits of an ADU more available to lower income people, not very low income, but middle income people. So I just wanted to make those 3 points.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Froggo, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to clarify that the individual that I referenced earlier is someone who actually is hopes and dreams to be able to actually own a home that so far has not been within reach because of the options that are available now. And I just want to say that, to state that I am in favor of increasing our housing supply and increasing our housing options. I am in favor of increasing the possibility for homeowners who want to age in place to be able to create a unit that they can sell for extra income. And also the potential of possibly reducing the number of homes who would otherwise be demolished. So that is something positive that I'm in favor of. And even though I recognize and I understand that this is as an ordinance related to zoning, I still want to commit to, in the near future or following this, and as part of, maybe not necessarily as part of this, committing to exploring what we can do to stabilize the rents because yes, the units can be owned, a two-family home can have two owners, but I think nothing prevents them from being rented out still, including an unintended consequence that I think we need to, we've discussed it in the past, but not as an issue, but I think it could become an issue, is that some of these could be turned into short-term rentals. And if we're not regulating that, that could be an unintended consequence that we need to address. So like I said, I'm in favor of the positives, but I'm also very aware of some of the potential unintended consequences that I would hope we can address, if not under this ordinance, that we can explore what we are able to do, that it will be within our power to address those other issues. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sachs?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I have a few comments, but I also wanted to just clarify two things. Actually, one thing, the gentleman from the Mercer Hill Association asked a question about subdivision, and I just wanted to make clear that this is not about subdivision, and subdivision is not, this is not about two principal subdivided properties. It's two units on the same lot. So, and I also wanted to just reiterate the comment that I made at Planning Board about why I support this and what part of our thinking was, which is that with the affordable housing settlement, we are going to be bringing in a tremendous amount of new rental units to Princeton. And we wanted to balance that with more home ownership opportunities. And also, I think we felt that right now we're basically saying to people, you can live here if you have enough money and you're wealthy enough to buy a single family detached home, or you can live here if you're fortunate enough to get in off the list of subsidized housing. Or if in the in-between strata there, if you're willing to rent, there are some opportunities, but you have to basically be willing to sacrifice building equity in order to live in Princeton. And we'd like for more people to be able to live in Princeton and to build equity over the years at the same time. I also, I think the final thing that really makes, for me, my decision tonight, persuades me to support this is all of the many people who I've heard from in recent months, and hearing really poignant stories about real people who live in our community for whom this could make the difference in them being able to either remain here or hopefully be able to live here in a way that is financially makes more sense for them. And I've heard a lot about from people who oppose it, a lot of abstract fears about scary developers and all sorts of scary things that might happen to Princeton. But I'm balancing that against very, very real, tangible benefits to real people who are struggling and who I've heard from every day now for months. And I feel like I have to go with voting on behalf of the real people with real stories and real benefits, and who will benefit in the short term and hopefully in the long term as well. So.
Thank you. And I want to apologize that I just got a text that Shirley Satterfield was having trouble, and I do want to reopen the public hearing for her because she had submitted an email, then there was just a lot of confusion. So Shirley, if you're still there, if we can allow Shirley to speak. Okay, so you just have to unmute yourself.
Okay,
there you
can you
go.
hear me now? Okay.
Yep,
Well,
you're good.
Sorry for all the confusion. The reason that I sent you that is that I had put my title here, and I'm doing this on my behalf, not in behalf of my organization.
Okay.
Dear Mayor Lambert and members of the Princeton Council, Princeton seeks to be a sustainable town that supports affordable housing. However, we again are confronted with an amended ordinance of an accessory dwelling unit in a single family home that completely knocks out another affordable home in the Witherspoon-Jackson community. For the owner of this dwelling to take the time and money to sue the municipality to turn the second floor of this house on the avenue into an accessory dwelling for $300,000 plus is a sign that there is no consideration for affordability, but another money-making venture in the Witherspoon-Jackson community. There are several and important considerations involved in this proposal, such as where the resident will park, what are the means of entering and exiting the two dwellings in relationship to privacy, and who profits when the owners of the unit decide to leave. When will those who see dollar signs when a home is available in the 20th Historic District understand that this friendly community is not a commodity? We want real affordable housing so that those who wish to remain or return or move to an affordable home may be welcomed residents in the Witherspoon-Jackson community. Shirley Satterfield, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna officially close the public hearing now, and let's hear from Mr. Williamson.
Thank you, Mayor. I must say, I consider myself a major proponent of ADUs and as a means of meeting the needs of the missing middle in Princeton. After reading the council packet and hearing what I heard from the planning board meeting, it bolstered what I thought was my intent to vote in favor of this ordinance. That was further bolstered by some of the information I heard from people whose opinions I hold very highly. Nat B from RAD, Zenon Zarni, etc. However, I have to say that hearing the concerns of the people in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood has moved me. And what I mean by that is that it's one thing to have my personal intellectual views on how I've weighed some of the arguments that are going on. I also understand that there is some parallel litigation going on, but I do not want to be tone deaf to the concerns of a neighborhood that historically in Princeton has felt and very legitimately so that they have been harmed by unintended consequences, and in some cases historically intended consequences, unfortunately at times, by things that we think are meant to solve one problem, but they seem to, but this neighborhood sometimes seems to be the shock absorber for us believing we're fixing the problem but causing other problems there. So that said, and I realize there's parallel litigation concerns, to put it best. But that said, I'm also left to wonder how much harm would it be if we were to delay the vote tonight to allow some further discussion where the members of the neighborhood, such as I know Leighton Newland and Yana Moore have been great at putting together neighborhood meetings through the Witherspoon Jackson Neighborhood Association, but I would rather see a delay where the residents of this neighborhood can present their concerns, and there are other people joining. I know Virginia Kerr has some ideas, et cetera, to present their concerns where Mike LaPlace and some of the proponents of this ordinance can sit down and talk about what these concerns are, and to see what happens, and then come to a decision. I listened to what my council colleague Mia Sachs said about real concerns for a lot of real people, but I say that, and I know she meant nothing negative by that, but there are real people in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood who feel real concerns about this ordinance also, and I think they ought to be heard. And I reject the concept of enact now and then see what happens. This is a neighborhood that's seen a change in affordability and a hemorrhaging of the African American population. Well, we've seen that across Princeton, but particularly in this what was a historically African American and immigrant neighborhood. So that said, I have to say I kind of felt one way. I was on the fence a little, but now I'm feeling the other way. And I think we really should give, and considering, I know there are other concerns here, but I would rather see more time given to have folks who feel these concerns to be heard.
Ms. Niedergang, did you have your hand up? Oh, it looks like you might have froze, actually. Okay. Is there anybody else who wants to say something? Ms. Fraga and then Mr. Cohen.
I just wanted to follow up, and I was wondering if there would be appropriate time or question to ask of Ms. Cecil what the consequences or what of delaying this or this ordinance.
Well, you can, I mean, the schedule is entirely up to you in terms of whether and when to adopt the ordinance. What's not up to you is the court imposed briefing schedule. And so if you don't proceed tonight, my brief is due at the end of the week, and then we have oral argument in a couple of weeks, and the judge decides the challenge to the current ordinance. So there's no gun to your head in terms of, there's no court imposed requirement that you act or deadline. What there is, however, is just a temporary suspension of the briefing schedule. And if you don't act, the case moves forward. And I've done everything I could to buy this council as much time as possible. And we're out of time. The judge is ready to decide the case. So I think I not only hear the concerns, I completely sympathize with them, but it's the judge drives the schedule because we are in litigation. And so I think part of it is, do you want to let the judge decide what this ordinance should say, or do you want to decide what the ordinance should say?
I just interrupt.
Also.
Dwayne, sorry, David, could you speak to, I actually started the beginning of the meeting asking you to answer some questions about Witherspoon Jackson, and then I didn't actually give you a chance to talk. I took your time. So I'm sorry, but that was a mistake. And could you answer Dwayne's questions about, or speak to his question about Witherspoon Jackson? I know you had written a number of responses to people earlier, and I found them very informative and helpful on that particular topic.
Yeah, I would like to talk a little bit about Witherspoon Jackson in particular. There are two forces at work in Witherspoon Jackson that are strong protections against ill effects from this ordinance. If I dare I say, belt and suspenders. One is that the zoning, the existing zoning in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood is not consistent with the existing development. The existing development is much denser than what is permitted under the existing zoning. And because an ADU cannot be created under this ADU ordinance without meeting all of the requirements, all of the bulk requirements of the zone, what that means is that many, many of the lots in Witherspoon Jackson cannot have an ADU created by addition, at least not without going to the zoning board for a variance. So that's one aspect of protection. And the other is the historic district, which has been quite effective, to my knowledge, in protecting the neighborhood. I think there's only been one application for a tear down since the ordinance, the district was created. And that was for a non-contributing structure. In other words, it was a structure that wasn't considered historic or valuable to the character of the neighborhood. So the way I see it, while ADUs could be created in this neighborhood by doing it within the envelope of the existing structure, because the existing structure is sort of grandfathered in terms of its density. So you could take a 1,500 square foot home, because many of these homes are that small, 1,500, 1,800 square feet, and you could divide it into 2 units inside the existing envelope. So maybe one would be 1,000 and one would be 500 or 600 square feet. But to me, that's not a big negative impact on the neighborhood because it doesn't change the physical fabric of the neighborhood. It does put a few more people potentially, although a larger family can fit in a 1,500 square foot house than in a 1,000 square foot. So it may not even be more people. And that's the kind of development that you're going to have. And in addition, I don't think that that's very appealing to these rapacious developers that everyone's concerned about. So there isn't going to be this big incentive for developers to come in, especially because there are going to be all these new opportunities around the rest of the town that are created by the ADU ordinance, where a developer, the kinds of small developers that we have doing tear downs and redevelopment, are going to see all these new opportunities throughout Princeton. And I think Witherspoon Jackson, because of its two protections of its zoning and its historic character, is going to be pretty insulated from those kinds of pressures. And then the last thing I want to say about Witherspoon Jackson is just that the people who've been comparing the before sale price of 23 Lee of $390,000 to the after sale price of the 2 units that are being created by Ms. Rubino, they're not comparing apples to apples. What they should be comparing is somebody was going to buy that house and fix it up. And what would the sale price have been if they had only created a single family renovation, nice new preserved renovated house? Would that have gone for 800,000? Would have gone for 900,000? I mean, I've got to believe that it's close, if not equal, to what Ms. Rubino is getting for the 2 units. So I'm not saying that what Ms. Rubino is doing is better, but I think people should be asking themselves, is it better to get a $750,000 and a $300,000 unit out of that renovation, or a single $900,000 unit? Yes, there's a little bit more value on the property between the 2 units, but they are 2 less expensive units than the 1 unit that would have been created if it had been just a straight single family renovation. So you can weigh that either way, but to me, it's a lot closer comparison than saying, well, we could have had a $390,000 house, single family house, but instead we have these very expensive 2 units. That's not a fair comparison.
Tricia started talking earlier about the dangers of litigation. I know it's a tightrope as an attorney, Tricia, when something is pending, but I don't know if you just can add a little bit to the danger if we vote one way tonight of what could happen in the courts and us possibly, getting a result that council did not create.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Dwayne. I don't, it's always difficult to discuss the merits of a case that's, that's pending. No, but I think,
I apologize for it because I know.
Yeah, but it's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
And, I'll tell you the same thing I've said to Chris Tarr, who's representing the plaintiff in this case. They've got some good arguments. We've got some really good arguments in support of the ordinance as it's currently drafted. If I didn't think that the way it was currently drafted was supported by the law, it wouldn't be drafted the way it's currently drafted. However, there are no cases on point. This is a new type of accessory use. And so it's not a guaranteed outcome, and they have some excellent arguments as well. I don't know which way a court would go on this one. So, there's that risk. What I don't want people thinking, however, is that you're acting under duress, and because you've been counseled, that this is somehow illegal. I think it's been clear at the outset. It was laid out in memos. The statement was made at the planning board. This is a policy choice. This is a policy direction that at least many of you believe in very strongly. The litigation is driving the timing. It's not driving the content.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Niedergang? You need to come up with mute.
I'm on my phone now. I apologize because even though it was plugged in, my computer battery decided to die for reasons that were unclear and that I couldn't figure out. So I know I missed something. So my apologies. But I did just want to first I want to say, like Councilman Williamson, I'm really moved by much of the testimony tonight from people I know and respect on or don't know, but always respect on both sides of the issue. But I also had the conversation that the points that Councilman Cohen brought up. I had that conversation with him earlier today, which really went a long way towards assuaging my concerns about what would happen in Witherspoon Jackson or other historic neighborhoods as a result of this ordinance. And I think, again, to reiterate something else that Councilman Cohen said, we're not choosing between staying the same and changing. Houses are going to continue to be bought and torn down, maybe not in Witherspoon Jackson because of historic preservation, but other houses are going to be bought and torn down. And the decision then is between having a single large home worth a large amount of money or having a home that's expensive, but not as expensive, and with a smaller unit that is, again, I do not use the term affordable as in affordable housing, but accessible perhaps to people of middle income. The person Councilwoman Fraga referred to, or young families just starting out, for them to be able to make a purchase and to get that what has historically been an incredible source of wealth building, which is real estate. Now, we don't know in the future if that's going to continue to be the case, but it has historically. And this would be something that would be more open if there's a unit at a price point of 300,000 or 400,000. I am not, again, saying that this is affordable, but there is nothing on the market in Princeton at this point at those price points, and that is something that this ordinance could help to create, and that's why I feel it's important to move in that direction.
Is there anybody else who wants to comment either on the substance of the ordinance or on Mr. Williamson's question about delaying? Or people have spoken their piece. Okay. Ms. Sachs?
I think there's not that much, there's been a lot of time. There was a lot of time, I think several years, putting into developing the original ordinance. And then there's been quite a lot of time spent researching and looking, going back and forth to consider this. I think, as some people have pointed out, it's not like there are huge numbers of case studies. I think we've heard from people that we respect who are on the cutting edge of dealing with housing affordability that at least most of the ones that we've heard from recommend this. I think we don't know for sure that it won't have some of the unintended consequences that have been discussed, but that's the case with every policy that we implement as a council. And I mean, one thing I do feel is that we still have a lot on our plate for this year. And I think, council members need to, I think either decide for or against, and then, either we'll throw it back to the court or not. But I don't think that, again, I think some people also thought that there was no staff involvement. There was a lot of time, council time, staff time, consultant time, attorney time, many months. And I'm just not sure that, I'm not sure what more really can be done. I think that, there comes a point in which council members just need to decide, how they want to vote. And I I think we've reached that time.
Let me say one more thing. And not that this is a intellectual legal exercise, but I must admit that I often wonder that if we vote in favor tonight, and I believe most of us are leaning in that direction, you know, one of the things we would probably, what we won't find out is how a judge would have come down on this decision. And this is something I think I brought up, and not to talk about what was ever discussed in closed session, but one of the things I brought up, I remember bringing up quite a while back, is that I was curious to find out, and it's not just an intellectual curiosity, it's really just you know, considering policy, how a judge would really look at the presidential case that we've been discussing with the Princeton facts. But you know, that piece still sits here with me, and to find out, you know, I heard what Trishka said about us deciding policy and not just reacting to a lawsuit. But I think if we vote tonight, we will never know what a judge would have decided here, and how that would have how we would have the lens through which we'd have looked at these ordinances, or the ordinance and the amendment to it.
Just to summarize though, and I think we began with this, that well, the subcommittee's recommendation to move forward on this really was based, just like Ms. Cecil said, we were making policy based on what we really thought our values were and what we thought we would see happen policy-wise, not based on whether or not we would win or lose. That it wasn't, it was about making the policy decision, why fight something that we already agreed with would be good policy, and why spend taxpayer money to defend something that we thought we wanted to move forward with anyway. So that was the thinking on the subcommittee, and that's was our recommendation. I don't know if Councilwoman Sachs or Council President Cohen want to chime in on that, but just to clarify that. So it wasn't whether or not we thought we had a good case.
I was going to say, for the record, my scale does lean 51% to David's argument, etc. It's just that the weight of what was said from the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood keeps it from leaning 99% to what the decisions I've made in my head and what I think you know, makes logical sense, etc. That's it. You know, what I'm saying is that I think there's some legitimate arguments on that side also.
Can I ask a question, Trishka? Would it be possible? I mean, I had mentioned to several members of the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood when I spoke with them earlier in the week that, you know, even though, you know, I think we had received fairly credible, you know, reassurances that the impact to Witherspoon Jackson, at least in a negative way, would be minimal. But you know, I mean, if there, I know we've heard from some members of the community tonight, but if there was a, you know, a large consensus in Witherspoon Jackson that they did not want to be, you know, I'm wondering, could they be exempt? Is there some way to carve out Witherspoon Jackson and sort of not, and they would not be eligible to create ADUs in the way that's offered in this ordinance? Is there some way to do that?
I don't know. It's certainly something I'd be happy to take a closer look at. Sitting here right now, I don't know. I'd need more information.
But that sounds like the kind of thing that we could implement after adopting the ordinance. In other words, Ms. Cecil could continue to research that.
Sure.
We could amend the ordinance one more time to implement protections for Witherspoon Jackson if she figures out a way to do it.
I think as we've seen tonight, ordinances are not static documents. And, you know, you take your best shot at it. and then you fix and you adjust based on your experience. And I think the amendment to the COVID ordinance that you passed tonight is a perfect example. Not identical, but it's
right.
It's an example of how you adjust and adapt based on what's happening.
What if we were to create, you know, a group of representatives from the neighborhood who could work on coming up with recommendations, either removing them from, you know, eligibility for anyone in the neighborhood to participate in the ordinance and what the ordinance offers, or some protections that would satisfy the concerns of people who you know, have concerns about adverse consequences. What do council members think of that?
Are you recommending we do that before, like, pass this version of the ordinance and then ask for the review?
Well, I don't know how that would. I mean, I do think that we should vote tonight because I think we need to move on. But I'm wondering if maybe this would be something that would be a way to sort of assuage concerns.
Yeah, if I could just chime in, because one of the things I want to be, if you adopt the ordinance, I think you need to give it a chance to take effect. It could be that, you know, a lot of the concerns turn out not to, you know, maybe the parade of horribles won't happen, maybe it will, but I think you need to give it a chance. I do have a slight concern if you pass an ordinance, if you were to pass this ordinance while simultaneously saying that you're going to look at how to exempt an entire neighborhood, I'm going to have a hard time really representing to the court that this has in fact addressed the issues in the case. And that's going to put me in a very difficult position.
I was going to say to Dwayne, if he wants to hear an interesting judge's decision, this is the way we should go. That'll be a really interesting decision.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't say to the court, yeah, you know, well, Judge, yeah, they adopted an ordinance, but not really.
Right. I agree, Trishka.
But let me be clear. I'm sorry, but just before, but I want to be clear. That's not saying that it's not something you can look at. I just want to make sure that if you adopt the ordinance, please just adopt it unequivocally, knowing that you always retain the power to amend, to address issues as they arise.
Right. And I just want to say too, I think Council President Cohen came up with the really a lot of the assuage of the concerns about the costs and what the property value is. I mean, that was the argument I heard mostly from Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood. So I certainly think that once hopefully, you know, we pass or not pass this tonight, but that we can, you know, still have those discussions with the neighborhood and find out what the real concerns are and see how we can address it aside from that. But I think it really had answered a lot of those concerns already.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to interject and say I think it's very difficult for anybody to say, you know, what the financial impact is going to be if we're honest about it. And also, you know, even if you create a very small unit, how affordable that ends up being. I mean, you look at a place like Palo Alto where, you know, they call them cottages, but essentially they're converted garages, sell for well over $1 million. Or you look at Manhattan and you see, like, you know, you pay through the nose for a little shoebox. So it's like, if you live in a desirable place, the housing can end up being super expensive no matter how much of it or how small it becomes. And this is going back to Leticia's original question. It's like, there's limits to how much zoning is going to solve that problem, but it's the only tool we have. So, you know, I think that's what you see council grappling with right now. But anyway, sorry, Ms. Niedergang, did you want to say
That's
something?
my point earlier, Mayor, about being sober about this.
Yeah.
Not so much you can control in the market economy.
Right. Eve, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to torture Miss Cecil a little bit more. Please appear magically.
Shakespeare about going after the attorney? No, I'm just kidding.
Let's say she's magic. She's a magician. She appears, she disappears. Let's say we'll challenge you to do that when we get back to meeting in person. See if you can replicate that. Let's say that in a year we realize that we passed the ordinance and we realize this is having a real deleterious effect on either Witherspoon Jackson or the Tree Streets or whatever it is, some other neighborhood. What are the steps that we can take? Can we just repeal this part of the ordinance? Can we just reinsert and what would actually be the steps taken to do that? And I assume that would then also resurrect this lawsuit. But can you just, I know this is all very theoretical, but can you just address that so that people know if it is clear that this is not a good way to go, what steps can be taken to deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all of the above. You can look to limiting the zones in which the ordinance applies. You can, you know, change some of the requirements and the limitations. It's like any other ordinance. You amend your regulations, again, by ordinance. Whether it would reinstate this particular lawsuit would depend on the impact to this particular plaintiff. And like any ordinance, it could be subject to challenge by somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You know,
okay. So I think that we've had a pretty robust discussion, and I would like to entertain a motion by Ms. Pearl-Lambros.
I'd like to make a motion to vote on this to pass this amendment.
Okay.
Amendment to the ordinance.
Okay, and is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Cohen, and Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Pearl-Lambros?
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Ms. Fraga?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
So 51% yes to 49% no. Yes.
Ms. Sachs?
Yes.
Okay, that was a yes vote, Wayne, right?
Right, it's 51% yes to 49% no. My scale
So
slightly yes.
This ordinance
yes.
passes unanimously.
Yes.
And next we come to our ordinance introductions. The first is, before we move on, I do want to thank everybody who came and participated in the discussion tonight, and I think this is something that the council will be keeping its eye on, because we've made pretty, two pretty substantive changes in a short amount of time, and we want to hear your feedback on what you're seeing on the ground. Okay, ordinance 2020-29, ordinance by the municipality of Princeton authorizing vacation of an existing 20-foot wide stream easement on block 1305 lot 3, which is 171 Autumn Hill Road in Princeton, municipal tax map 2018. Both of the ordinance introductions tonight are vacating easements that are no longer needed by the municipality. I don't know, Stockton, if you had anything additional to add.
No, these are just, like you said, housekeeping ordinances to clear the title on a couple of properties. The first ordinance is for a storm sewer easement on a property off of Autumn Hill. And the second ordinance is for a property on Lee Brook Lane for a sewer easement that's not being used.
Okay, And both of these things were built in other locations, so it will never be needed. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve the ordinance 2020-29? I'm sorry, to introduce it. It's been moved by Ms. Niedergang. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Pearl-Lambros. Are there any questions before we take a vote to introduce this ordinance? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Pearl-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Braga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs,
Yes.
So the ordinance has been introduced and the public hearing will be on September 14th, 2020. Next is ordinance 2020-30, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton authorizing vacation of an existing 20-foot wide sewer lateral easement on block 5701 lot 1, 106 Leabrook Lane, Princeton Municipal Tax Map 2018. Is there a motion to introduce? Moved by Ms. Niedergang, seconded by Ms. Pearl-Lambros. Any questions before we call the roll? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Pearl-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Braga,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs.
Yes.
Ordinance has been introduced. The public hearing will be on September 14th, 2020. Next, we come to our resolutions. The first resolution is 2267, resolution awarding an agreement to the Arts Council of Princeton for graphic design and implementation services for not to exceed amount of $22,500. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Ms. Fraga, seconded by Ms. Pearl-Lambros. Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passes unanimously. Next is 2268, resolution authorizing the award of a contract with Cellco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless for wireless telecommunications facility installation on the roof and in the penthouse of Witherspoon Municipal Hall at 400 Witherspoon Street. And the penthouse sounds a lot more exciting than it actually is. But is there a motion to approve this ordinance? Moved by Ms. Pearl-Lambros, seconded by Ms. Niedergang. Any questions on this to Ms. Stockton?
Just a very quick question. There was Verizon through Cellco was the only bidder. That's accurate? Okay. I know we had hoped for a bidding war, so just curious. Okay, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passes unanimously. Next is 2269, resolution approving agreement with John Zampini Suburban Deer Management Association for 2020-2021 bow hunting deer management services on certain public lands. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Mr. Williamson, seconded by Ms. Niedergang. Any discussion or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passed unanimously. Next is 2270, resolution authorizing the temporary removal of up to 3 on-street metered parking spaces on the east side of Chambers Street near number 19 to accommodate outdoor dining during the COVID-19 pandemic. So motion to approve, moved by Ms. Fraga, seconded by Ms. Pearl-Lambros. Any questions or discussion on this? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passes unanimously. Finally is 2271, resolution requesting an extension to October 1st, 2020 by the Commissioner of the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the temporary traffic regulation EO 2020-25 LZ, establishing curbside pickup locations on Nassau Street, NJSH 27. Is there a motion to approve? Moved by Ms. Pearl-Lambros, seconded by Ms. Niedergang. Any discussion or questions on this one? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passes unanimously. Thanks, Deanna. And finally, we come to the consent agenda, which contains items of a routine nature. Are there any items anybody would like removed from the consent agenda? And if not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Mr. Cohen, seconded by Ms. Niedergang. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda passes. And is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Fraga, seconded by Ms. Niedergang. All in favor of adjourning? Aye. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Right.
Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.